Hello. Oh, with the 11. Also above a 10. Let's go. Let's freaking go. All right. I had an idea, by the way. As I am wont to do, I had an idea. I like the idea of, as part of the... Nice. I like the idea of as part of the starting soon screen. This would be well down the line. Like, we have to do the animation first. That's the thing that has to happen first. After that, I really like the idea of for the 5 minutes leading up to a stream, having almost like video game concept art of different either areas of Brink or different concepts, or maybe the interior of the tavern or something, where it has like starting soon over the top, obviously, so it kind of tells you what's going on. But then it kind of has these graphics come up over the top, and then like little text underneath, giving you like a little blurb as to what's going on in the image. I think it'd be heckin' cool. Again, it's a lot of work, as it always is, but I like the concept. I think it could be cool. How you doing, bud? I know how you're doing, but how you feeling at the moment? The fade in always catches me off guard. Always does, without fail. Let's plonk the reference image here. Okay. Hit back on your neck, stops the pulsing of the nerve. Well, that's good. I'm sorry to hear it, bud. I presume this is your first time having shingles? Because a few members of my family have had it multiple times. Yeah. Did they give you an understanding of how long it'd last for? Said it can be as long as a few weeks. Yeah, work is asking if you'll be back on Thursday. For shingles? You mean that like highly contagious, incredibly like... no. That ain't happening. What? So I know that you have the, let me just double check, the bubonic plague. I know that you've got the bubonic plague. But how do you feel about coming in tomorrow? What do you reckon? Work from home, still making calls. Hi, Kels. How you doing, bud? But surely you've got sick leave, right? How you doing, bud? Like, you've got amounts of sick leave that you can use. Okay, let's quickly swab in this foliage, and then I can refine afterwards. I won't speak on Billy's behalf, unless he wants me to. I'll leave it to him to, yeah. You don't care? Yeah, okay. I don't know. It's rude to share other people's news. news as if it's like, guess what? You know what I mean? How are you doing today, Kels? Now you say you've got shingles as well. I don't know what to say at that point. It's the most painful thing ever. I mean, potentially. It doesn't sound fun based on what I've heard described. Hi, Squid. How you doing, bud? You're very tired. Unsettling when previously 10 out of 10 bad days, and now you're 5 out of 10 bad days. Especially if you're going through a gauntlet at the moment. I highly recommend, I'm not sure how viable this is as an option. I highly recommend giving yourself an opportunity to kind of reset after that sort of marathon. Because otherwise, as you've said, like it can kind of just start bleeding into itself and it becomes par for the course that you're having a terrible time. Whereas if you take a day off, if you have a massage or go to a spa or go to the movies or like something to just like reset, it can kind of get you out of that funk. That doesn't necessarily change the reality of situations, but it does sort of build up your stamina again. So if the opportunity presents itself, I highly recommend. How'd you go, Squid? Have you had a chance to tinker with the animation? No stress if you haven't. Just curious. Mentally, you're okay? Particularly rough day at work? Yeah, always good to practice self-care. Yeah. Sorry, bud. Ooh, new song? New song? Hell yeah. I'm extremely tempted to get the rest of this study done and then jump back to some of the brink animation stuff, which I'm allowed to do it. I'm allowed to do. I'm king of my little rock. I can decide to do whatever I want. Hi Phil, how you doing? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the tavern. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. I believe it was a Tuesday. Ugh, there are so many niche things on the internet that just kind of live rent-free in my head. Hey, do you guys recognize this reference? No? Heck. Was sure that you followed me yesterday already? Strange. Very strange. Glad to have you on board regardless. Yeah, no, it can be a little bit of a strange one. I tend to experience that with quite a few streamers where I'll be like, I could have sworn that I followed you, and just for one reason or another, it just hasn't happened. Twitch noob week 1, yeah. Twitch, no, my neck's fine. Oh dearie dear, that's okay. Wee baby lamb. If you weren't following, how did you find me again? Is it, oh my goodness, at risk of sounding a little bit, you know, self-interested, is it like one of those things where it's like, if you truly love it, let it go and it'll return to you or whatever? Oh my goodness. It must be fate. Got to work Twitch and personal Twitch account set up to try to keep personal professional apart. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. No, good call. Could be also. Yeah, no, that it could be the fate thing as well. Yeah, so it looks like the bullet's trajectory flew through the tree and hit the target. So presumably the assassin was over there. Or also it could be that thing that you said about fate, I guess. Forensics versus magic. Who wins? User error most likely. No, that places blame on something other than life itself. And that makes me feel bad, so I don't like it. Oh my god, the amount of like conversations on the internet that boil down to exactly that. My goodness. This thing played out, and it's probably my fault. But I don't like blaming myself at stuff, so it's probably the mechanics of the system or the website or the video game or... It's tough. It's tough. Did I accidentally delete that email? Nope. My email account hid something from me against my will. I do tend to find that people who are, I don't know, it must be an ego thing. Sorry, I'm just kind of... my brain. I just gone places with it, I guess. I tend to find that people who are more novice at a thing are more likely to just kind of own it, you know? Like, if one of my parents is like, no, didn't do a thing that I wanted to do with that piece of technology, that's my B, you know? Like, oopsie daisies. Whereas somebody who has like a little bit more experience, if they were to do an oopsie, it's far more likely to be a... The machines made me do it. Funny tools over the years, you've always assumed first what you're doing wrong, whereas more than a few other folks equally don't understand the tech. At the same time, point gremlins. Yeah, exactly. So I fell asleep, and then little magical gremlins sprung to life and made me input my password incorrectly 3 times and lock me out of my account. So if you can fix your system, yahoo.com. Sound is off, but you'll be at the PC. Yeah, all good, all good. Chat with you soon. Welcome in. Okay, again, I need to not focus on the detail too much. We're trying to just put down paint. We're putting down paint. There's paint missing here, so let's put in paint. We need to go a little bit more blue with it by the looks of things. I can go through and sharpen up a bit of detail. It also looks like the sun, this is going to sound strange, but it's true, I swear. The sun in this reference image is high in the sky, which I haven't accounted for. I've kind of placed it around here, but even then it's not super bright where I've got it there. So what I can quickly do, cheekily, before I lock in the location of other things, is I can punch a bunch of white into the top of the canvas up top. Then the sun doth say unto the world, Hi! And it doth blind us, mine eyes. Better. Again, we're not going for perfection. This is a study. This isn't what I need to pass out the logic in different sections, because otherwise I'm just going to kind of roll over it. 1, this is a study. Therefore, it doesn't need to be perfect. 2, my aspiration isn't technically realism. It's understanding the rules at play, right? So if I capture the feeling of a scene, then I've done my job. I don't need to like replicate, oh dear, I missed that falling leaf on the right. No, like it doesn't matter. I'm not going for hyperrealism. I'm seeking the reasons behind why things tick in the way that they do. Trees are always a bit of a, what's the word? An enigma? Enigma is a good word. Kind of ruined a little bit by the Riddler, but that's okay. My name is Edward Nigma. No, it's not. Frick you. But yes, trees are always a bit funky because they're more feelings based than they are sort of rigid. Reminds you of a pathway through the park, walking up to art building each day at uni some eons ago. Very large old trees, mostly beech and oak, as you recall. Heck yeah. Forever, I will always have the there's a forest in Western Australia called the Valley of the Giants, where it has these massive, like, what? Eucalyptus trees? I'm not sure. No, they can't be. They're too big. Red oaks, maybe. Massive, massive, massive trees. You know what? I can just look it up. We have the power. It's at our fingertips. WA, Valley of the Giants. Oh my goodness, it's a website that isn't all white. I'm so happy. Sorry, don't mind me. Valley of the Giants, freshness of the trees, ancient empire, up to 16 meters in circumference of the base. Fact sheet, please. Much of the plant life in the Tingle Forest is unique to the... It's called the Tingle Forest? Oh my god, it's Zelda. Canopy ranging between 30 to 80 meters in height includes the red tingle. It is a type of eucalyptus. Okay, the yellow tingle, Mary and Carrie Jarrah does not grow in the vicinity of the treetop walks. As the soil is not suitable, the Tingle Forest holds an abundance of food sources for native animals, including nuts, seeds, nectar, fungi, fruit, and insects. Right, so they're types of like giant eucalyptus trees. It's heckin' cool. Building was the park itself. Really? So it had like a whole bunch of outdoorsy elements to it as well? Heck yeah. You got your headphones now? Good morning. How you doing? How'd you sleep? There's a path near you called Wiggle Way. Ah, that's cute. That's so good. And then obviously everybody like does a little wiggle as they're walking through, surely, right? Those are the rules. I mean, I don't make them up. But yeah, it seems like the Valley of the Giants, 80 meters. 80 meters. So what would that be in feet for those that's relevant for? Haven't seen it, but you'll do it next day. Good. 80 meters to feet. That's 263 feet. These trees. It's heckin' insane. I don't make the rules. I just think them up and write them. Correct. The universe bequeaths them unto me, and then I'm simply a vessel. Fully, I'm simply a vessel. I'm the conduit with which the universe makes silly rules. How you doing, bud? How's your day? But yeah, 263 feet is hecking wild. What? That's what? Like 40 times my height? No, that would imply that I'm 2 meters tall. It's like 50, yeah, like 50 times my height. Good lord. You slept all right? Today is another gym day, as is tomorrow, and then Thursday is a rest day in preparation for Friday when you do the second torture cycle spin class. But you said that you're going in with a friend and you're also like not committing to the instructions and stuff, so it should be way more chill this time. Nice, Link. How you doing? Doing okay, suppose? What's the study today? It is this photograph from Grenade. A lovely, lovely nature walk photo. Nature walk on a path, but you know what I mean. That I started last week, and I'm planning on finishing it. Just gonna go early, warn the instructor. It's a punk and emo theme class. Ooh. Well, I mean, that's incredibly punk of you to not listen to the rules then. So, if anything, it should be encouraged. Yeah, see? Punk behavior? Yeah. Because, like, I'm not going to go into it. It's not my story to share, really. But last time Grenade went to a cycling class, it wasn't great. Will all the machines you want at the gym be free today? Some of them. How you doing, Egg? How's your day been? Rules are meant to be broken. Sure. Not necessarily something that I abide by. Like, listen to the terms of service for Twitch. Probably a good call. Day's been chill. Yeah, good to hear. Almost walked out of class, but you didn't. You managed to not cancel the second class, but there won't be a third. You could have a good time with the second one. It could be a good time. How do people even sit on a bike? It's so painful. Never learned to ride a real bike. Yeah. I reckon that's part of why people started doing the like the standing to cycle thing. Is because it's just uncomfortable in the butt. Nothing to do with like better torque and traction, blah, 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 blah. Legally, rules are meant to be followed. True. Twitch, if you're listening, I got you. Bad laws or no laws? Yeah, I can agree with that to like, it depends. Because everybody's always going to have, like, someone's always going to have a problem with the rule regard. Like, somebody is going to point to, like, don't, like, what's a good example? Somebody's going to point to, like, don't do a murder and be like, no, don't agree with that one. That's a bad law. It's all going to be, you know, subjective. But more or less, I agree. Like, generally speaking, if the outcome of a law is negative for like a big chunk of the population, then yeah, it's probably a bad law. I'd agree with that. Leave you in your pain butt cycling alone. So, Cronus, I'm not necessarily taking the pain butt away from you. If you want to sit on the seat the entire time, by all means, Godspeed. I'm just saying, it's one hell of a motivation to invent some other form. Previous statement was just to test people. One of the... It's like those mafia movies where Egg walks into the room clearly wiretapped, like with cables dragging behind him. So, what do you guys think of crimes? Pretty good, right? Yeah, I think crimes are pretty okay. Get 'em, boys. Absolutely nabbed. Absolutely nabbed. You make a great detective. I mean, hey, if you say so. In all honesty, you don't sit on the seat much. You're a downhill mountain biker. Yeah, no, fair. That's fair. Ghoulie, have you been doing any arting stuff? That's not me. That's not me like trying to keep you accountable or anything. Like I'm curious because I did hear that you are keen to jump back into things. In the most undercover cop way ever, like that one movie where the cops pretend to be high school kids. Yeah, exactly. 24 Tavern Street. Quite the hard-boiled egg yourself. So, we're going to take you in and you decide. You're going to be fried, boiled, or scrambled. Take your pick. Hard-boiled eggers. That was meant to be a Z. Oh, well. Meant to ask about the quest log thing? Sure. What was the question? So on the Discord, piqued your interest. Oh, would you like to give a quest a go? Usually I don't do them sort of at request. It generally just kind of happens sporadically, but sometimes, I don't know, like coincidences can take place, you know? Sometimes it just happens at around the same time that we're talking about it. Back to lurking you go. All good. All good. Enjoy your lurk. And a good lurk it is. Now that a quest has appeared miraculously, you're not a plan to advertise the outcome. Tell that to the judge. Now that a quest has miraculously appeared, completely like situationally, that these things happen, you know, stars align. You can embark on the quest by redeeming it. What's this? Egg is wanting to check out one of the arc. Okay, all right. Egg, you walk over to where you see a knife stabbed into one of the supporting columns of the tavern. A piece of parchment hangs loosely from it. You tear the page down. You lift it up and you read. Quill the owl. Oh, Quill. Okay. Oh, I swear, this is not up to me. This is whoever orders the quest gets to decide entirely what they want from. Quill the owl is wanting a dish served at the tavern. Choose at least one challenge. Style. Explorer style, like scientific journal. Technique. Use basic shapes, squares, circles, triangles. Or detail. Add something to it from the tavern. Coincidences happen. No, like legitimately, this one actually was a coincidence, I swear. Hand on heart, I'd never lie to you. It plays the... It's the theme from like the Futurama, like the scary door. That's too funny. That's too funny. But what do you think? Does this sound like an appealing quest that you'd like to embark on? And if so, which of the challenges would you like to choose? Style, technique, and or detail? Ignore the wires on your legs. You're like scooting into the room as if you've got your pants around your ankles. Hey guys, sorry I'm late. Did I miss anything? Oh no. Detail? Okay. As you say the word detail, the word begins to glow. The quill floating next to the parchment springs to life, darts to the bottom of the page and scrawls your name at the bottom, committing you to the contract. Good luck. Good luck. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. When you're finished with your quest, there's no sort of time limit, so sort of tackle it at your own discretion. Once you are finished with it, post it in the quest hand-in section at the bottom of the Discord. Sweet. Heck yeah. I just ate before stream, so I'm full of burpees. Filled to the brim. Once again, I'm kind of informed that the way that trees work is lots of random foliage at different elevations to kind of sell this feeling of being immersed in a wildland. Because if you have too few, then the trees almost feel artificial, like they've been planted almost like telephone poles. But then too many, and then you kind of lose the identity of tree shape. So it's interesting to get a feel for what's appropriate. I also need to remember that I don't need to control the full process. Like I can just go through and just blah blah blah, put in random bits of twigs and leaves and all that, and that actually helps with that feeling of like depth to nature. Like right now the background seems a little bit flat. And I think the way to fix that is go through and kind of populate with bits. All the green. Well, not just the green. Things like branches and well, you are correct in the sense that like it's different shades of green and stuff. Yeah, and browns and yellow. Yeah, exactly. Here's a fun little tip. Did you know, in most circumstances, the greenery that you see is not actually green. It's different shades of yellow. This can obviously be cranked up to 11. Like you can take something that appears to be yellow and just like crank it into the green spectrum just because, you know, it looks more lush and hell yeah. You ever slept? You're fine. Good morning. How you doing, bud? How'd you sleep? I know that you said you overslept, but was it good sleep? I mean, clearly it was good sleep, right? I'm liking the... This is not related to what I'm working on at all. I'm liking the color and brightness and stuff of the webcam now. I think the only thing to fix will be centering it, which can't happen until I move the desk. How you doing, Cal? Welcome in. Colors are so confusing. Color theory is going to give you a headache when you get around to actually learning it. Color theory is actually pretty straightforward. If you do have any questions to do with color theory, I'm happy to just like just regurgitate all of it. It was alright. Have some crazy dreams ever since you went sober, so they take a lot out of it. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. How's the study going? Yeah, good. Getting there. Mahali's gonna play Fistful of Frags next gaming stream. Sorry, bud. Unfortunately, with things like what is the stream gonna be, it'll probably take more than one person. How you doing? How's your day been? Saw someone painting a polar bear. They used purple, and it upset it because it didn't look all the purple at the end. It upset you because yeah. That's the thing, right? Is you'll see monochromatic paintings as well, where it's just orange, but you can swear that you can see the green of the trees. You're like, excuse me, pardon? It's a wonderful thing. Grey tones always throw me for a loop, even though I say like, color theory is easy. Grey tones I consider to be something else entirely. they don't come under color theory. They come under witchcraft. I still have to use them, but still it takes me a while to wrap my head around whatever grey tones I'm using at the time. In other news, you've been trying out Crimson Desert and it's pretty decent. Yeah, I've heard that it's gone through quite a few changes ever since launch. Launch was messy, but apparently they did quickly patch a bunch of things. Impressed with the attention to detail that developers got? Yeah. I think you just need to physically make art to get better at it rather than watching videos and stressing out about not knowing anything. That's fair. That's fair. Like different people learn differently, right? There are plenty of artists who just pick things up from like developing intuition. I think that's completely fine. Your favorite failed game also had horrendous launch. No Man's Sky. True. I don't like it as a trend in the industry. I don't like the idea of we'll just launch it and then fix it afterwards. But I have to agree that there are plenty of games that I have enjoyed that are like that. Enjoy your lurk, Kels. Bit time? Nice. You prefer this over AAA we're going to launch and not fix? Yeah. No, that's fair. That's fair. I guess I tend to see the trend leaning towards every game attempting the will launch in a broken state. Regardless if it's like indie, AA, AAA, whatever it happens to be. Like everybody's trying to do it nowadays, and it, to be quite honest with you, it pisses me off. But again, like if they manage to pull it off, then I mean, hey, it is a good game at the end of the day. Yeah, correct. Like a Borderlands 4, which I never picked up, by the way. The plan was to upgrade my computer and then play it. But as soon as the developers essentially went, like, this is a like, this is an exclusive club to those who have good PCs. I don't know, that approach pissed me off. That whole, like, you either have a decent computer or you don't. Frick you. As are you blind to everything going on in the computer industry at the moment? Like, graphics cards cost actual limbs. Are we just ignoring that? It's it's upsetting. Didn't even play it, just watched your partner play, and it's hella boring. I've heard that it's actually quite good. But I don't know. Here's the thing, is if a game ideologically pisses me off, there are so many good games that I can play instead to where I'm not missing out. It's the same with movies, games, movies, books, TV shows, whatever. There so much exists that if for whatever reason I deem, like, the creation of it or the person responsible, like, whatever, if I deem something about it to be horrendous, I don't feel like I'm missing out. I don't have a fear of it, you know? It's got a Call of Duty. You got a Call of Duty game and your computer wouldn't play it, but then Steam wouldn't accept a refund. What? Isn't Steam mandatorily supposed to dish out refunds if you've only played it for like half an hour? Yeah, no, but if you haven't opened it, then what? It's better now that the new Cash character, but in the beginning it was so crap. Really? I didn't realize it was a new character out there for Borderlands, actually. I have not been paying attention. It was like the other day when I found out that Diablo 4 has a new expansion out. I don't know, man. I don't pay attention to the video game industry as closely as I used to. Tried to play it a month or so after buying it. Took you ages to get around to it, and when you did, your PC wasn't good enough. Steam were like, tough luck, you took too long. Really? That's so rude. Because what's it? I played a terrible DreamWorks racing game on stream with Fields that I had bought like a few days before, but because I'd only played it for like half an hour, they gave me the refund. That's rude. Hi Pixie, how you doing? How's your day been? Then if it's less than 2 hours, you can get a refund if you don't like the game. Should have given you the refund too. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Is I think you were eligible for the refund. They were just being jerks, which is rare because Steam is usually quite good about these things. Look at all my nice looking knickknacks all in the back there. Thank you. It'll get better because at the moment my desk is kind of shuffled off to the side. This isn't the camera stand that I'm intending to use permanently. I need it to sit here. I need it to sit here directly in front of me, and then I'm going to shift my desk over so that there's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. But yes, thank you. Accept the compliment. Yes, thank you. No, I appreciate it. I have plans. I have evil plans to make the stream look snazzy. it's difficult to accept a compliment when you're like, when you know that you haven't performed your best. I don't know how else to describe it. It's weird to describe like how a background is presented as performance, but you know what I mean. If you ran a race, technically won, but you stuffed up the start, you like tripped over yourself, and somebody's like, "Ah, congratulations," you kind of have to accept with gritted teeth. It's like, thank you. I am not think it's very nice of you to say that. I appreciate your words. Story time. There's a painting competition for minis, specifically in the world of Warhammer 40k. The competition is known as the Golden Demon. Yeah. You have different, like, there are different scopes of it. So it starts at like super local, then it broadens out to state, then country, then global, right? And as you go up the tiers of cake, you eventually end up at like who the best three, I think is top three mini painters for that year are. I entered in the junior division because I was like 13, 14 at the time. I can't remember. And when entering my mini at the front counter for the local, like for the local competition, I handed it over to the person and I sat there going, I'm pretty happy with it, but I made a mistake here and here and I stuffed out here and I didn't like this. And sat there critiquing my mini in front of him. I just, I'm pleased to announce that I did win the local. So I did get upgraded to the state. I didn't win state, but I did win the local. But I in recollection of that, I both cringe and laugh at myself because it's something very me to have done. Ugh. Did I want it to be just right? Yeah. Compliment panic is real. Yes, I don't know what it is, but all of a sudden, like, I'm deer in the headlights, it's almost like I'm trying to defuse a bomb, which is such a strange mentality to take into compliments, but it's true. Whenever I receive a compliment, I'm sitting here going like, okay, how do I diffuse the situation? You know the Golden Demon well. Your partner paints minis. Hey, cool. Wee baby Mahal. It's just a little guy. Do I have a photo of the mini? No, this is over a decade ago. It's probably still at my mum's, maybe. I'll be heading over there on Friday. Like I'm flying out of state on Friday. So if I do manage to get my hands on it, I'll take a photo. I'll post it in the Discord. Sometimes you'll reverse the compliment even when it doesn't apply. So it's like, no, happy birthday to you. Yes, yeah. Oh my god, the classic. Everybody gives it as an example, but I don't care. Enjoy the movie. You too. It destroys my soul every time. It just oh, it's tough. Or sorry, equally as bad. Enjoy your meal. You too. It's good. No, it's good. It's a good time. What that quest doing? That quest do be lingering. I press the wrong button. Can you DM your partner's minis? Don't have to look at them or anything. Yeah, sure. No, I'm keen. What's up with the contract on? I checked it up on screen. It's eggs. It's eggs. It's eggs contract from before. I push wrong button. Good vacation. Yeah. You too. I dread the day that somebody turns to me, looks me directly in the eyes and says, I'm not going on vacation. I work here at the airport. You are the one who is going on the plane. I know. Don't you think I know? I know. It's going to happen. One of these days it's going to happen. My social anxiety tells me that this is an inevitability. One day, somebody's going to turn to you and say, good sir, I'm not eating food right now. It's you having the meal. So when I said have a good meal, I was referring to your experience that you're about to have. I'm not going to eat anything. I'm not going to have a good meal. You did this at the gas station today, bought a drink and the cashier said enjoy, and you said, oh, no, it's fine. It's fine. If anything, Ghoulie, if you tilt your head to the side a little bit, you can kind of read the situation as like, have a good day, you two, kind of thing, you know? It's not what they meant. You understand this, they understand this, but there's like a degree of being able to recontextualize a little bit and kind of get away with it. Enjoy the movie, you two, is unsalvageable. You're in a ditch at that point. The hope is gone. The hope for the future doesn't exist. Sparkling water, extra sparkles, hell yeah. Just make your default response to everything take care. You think that only works in America? No, that could work here. We'd probably adjust it a little bit, so it might be like have a good one here instead, you know? She was cool about it. Yes. Hell yeah. Congratulations on your pregnancy. Yeah, you too. Yeah. Yep. It's the more specific, the more I cringe. In the Netherlands, you just do to anything and it works. In Greece, it's not even a noise. You just sort of nod your head and on your way. You can be polite. You can be like, you know, Naikita Kalimera, and then you might say like episis or something like you two. But generally speaking, somebody would just be like, oh, like that nod their head in appreciation and just sort of keep walking. It simplifies things so much. It's so good. Shoot self out of a cannon. Yeah, exactly. Load the trebuchet. Cargo me. Destination the horizon. Quick smart. In Greece they true. In Greece they dance. Enjoy the movie, and then they break into a shimmy. It's not uncommon to say good luck when you're leaving someone here. Good old Ireland. Then again, Dutchies aren't exactly the most polite people, you know. It seems like it's simple. I appreciate simple. I've actually developed a habit with a friend of mine, a good friend of mine. We've been buddies for a long time, a very long time, almost 2 decades. Whenever he's like driving away, I'll say drive safe, and he will turn to me, look me in the eyes, pause, digest, and then say, you too. Even though it's quite clear that I'm not driving anywhere. No, it's fun. It's a good time. It's a good time. Any degree of self-awareness is a very good time. You've heard that take care is more of a kiss-off in at least the UK, thereabouts. Here in the US, it's considered a warm well wish, and not sure you see what's so kiss-offy about it. unless it's being taken as sarcastic or insincere. I think that's the thing. I think it generally is read as like a bit sarcastic in the UK. To be honest, like their wit, humor, and snark tends to be dry, like incredibly, incredibly dry. So things that don't read as off to you would read as quite aggressive for them. It depends on what you're saying, obviously, but you hate politeness, think it's really fake and crappy. Gotcha. I'm polite to you all the time. Well, I'll take that into consideration for next time. Frick you, gotcha. Every time I say in Greece, your mind automatically transports you into the world of Greece. So you instantly imagine Mahal is John Travolta with slick black hair. I mean, it's a good look. Love answering to things with no, where absolutely doesn't work. Have a safe flight. No. What about when someone says a greeting or compliment to me? Brain completely malfunctions. Can only be described as binary. Comes out. Yes. Oh my goodness. The muttering. I'm not sure if this is true or not, but I might appear as relatively well-spoken on stream. Not true. It doesn't apply to real life. I received the in real life debuff. It's fun. I do wonderful verbal cartwheels. It's spectacular, captivating, immaculate. They can pass AG. Your bestie in the early 20s was from around Leicester. Yep. To be honest, everything in the UK seems very sarcastic. No one would really be offended at a take care, but it does give bitchy grandpa reception. GP, sorry, general practitioner. Yeah. In your time in the UK, you've noticed that? Yeah, like it tends to be quite dry. You know what's not dry? The pit. I think I hate. Phantom poster? I think I hate on. IRL debuffs? Yep. Leicester. Oh, is that Leicester? Or is it just Leicester? Weird. The UK is weird. Leans over the edge to see Tika disappearing into the void. Oh. It's tough. It's tough. Because, like, forward momentum is a thing. You, like, lean forward. Somebody bumps you behind from behind, like, you know, accidentally. Having leftover sakha cake for breakfast. Oh, yum. It's just Leicester. Weird. Strange. Peculiar. Confusion. Fear. I don't know. English can be weird sometimes. Speaking of being weird, I need to take my break. I need to take my break and be weird. No, I take that back. I need to take my break and do stretches. I don't want to make it seem like I'm crawling up walls and stuff during my ad breaks. I need to take my break. I recommend that you do the same if you've been sat for the past hour and you haven't moved around. Get up, run around, touch your toes, grab a drink if you're thirsty, grab a snack. I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads in the meantime so we don't have to deal with pre-rolls. Don't watch them. Go do literally anything else. I'll see you in 3 minutes. BRB. Back a little bit early, just a smidge. I had curry directly before stream, which was brilliant. Brilliant idea. Good job, me. Lots of burps directly into the microphone. I've been okay at catching them, but still. Ugh. Welcome back. Yeah, I'm never good at I'm never good at like the implication, non-verbal anything. Because I pick up on energy. I'm just really bad at deciphering it. So if it's a case of what's a good example? If somebody's upset with me, if I've slighted them or something, I don't know if they're upset about something else, or if it's me, or if it's something I did, or if it's something I said, or like, but I can pick up on the weirdness, you know? Tangentially related. Like similarly, I do really poorly in like flirting situations. I'll piece things together 3 weeks later in the middle of the night while falling asleep. Be like, oh, right, that's what happened. I see. It's always the worst. It's always I much prefer direct communication. It's so much better. It's so much better because then we're all on the same page, you know? Lots of burps directly into the mic. Not directly. I try to avoid it. Once you start streaming, you're burping down the directly into the microphone for all to experience. Non-verbal anything sucks. Too autistic for that. I don't know like where I am on the spectrum, but I just know for a fact that me as a person, I struggle with just deducing what somebody wants me to do with the situation if they're not communicating it. Like, we can go off vibes if you're fine with me misunderstanding the vibes, I guess. You don't hate people, usually, but you do create a long, strong emotion towards you because you don't take stuff. Narcs target you until they realize that you can destroy their life. Nuked. Don't always pick up on it, but yeah, deciphering it's hard, right? Can't tell if someone is cranky because they're constipated or exactly, that's the thing. And then because I've gotten I have aged like fine wine. I will just break conversation and be like, hey, what's up? I've put up with it enough. I don't care. I don't care anymore. It's just like, hey, what's going on? Do we want to talk about it? You score shockingly high on the reading the mind in the eyes test for an autistic person. Probably all the gummy bear classes, plus studying expressions on the TV for fun. But boy, does that not translate directly to real time social interactions at all. The thing is, I read into it too much. Is my issue, is I sit there like extrapolating everything out into whatever it could be. Most of the time it does turn out to be just the person's constipated. It does turn out to be just like, yeah, I'm constipated today and it sucks and I'm grumpy. Which, fair, you know, like I would be too. But I've got like these pages and pages and pages in my head of analytical reports on what each of the eyebrow twitches could have meant, or why did they use that piece of language there? Does that mean that they're like being passive aggressive towards? Like, what are we doing? Used to be a narc magnet because you were insecure. You're an insecure people pleaser. Now you feel like you're an anti-narc superhero because not only do you have spidey sense for them, you know how to handle them. Makes you think of the lady that does this pig showing with the stick. Seeing like herding pigs around. Your quality of life improves drastically when you realize that it's up to people to tell you if they want you to change something, because sometimes people will be upset at you, but they will choose not to say anything. And that's, yes, exactly. Two big revelations. First one is the one that you've described of, if people are pissed, that's, you know, that's a them emotion. And if they want to bring it to my, you know, if they want to bring it to the table, cool, we can deal at that point. But if they're going to sit there harboring it to themselves, that's on them. Second big revelation is, this is going to sound harsh, but I don't mean it in a harsh way. I just mean it in a pragmatic sense. People are fundamentally selfish. They're not thinking about you. They're often thinking about what they're doing at the time, or they're doing what you're doing, where they're psychoanalyzing everyone around them, thinking that everybody's judging them. But it's not the case. Like, nobody is really thinking about other people unless you're going out of your way to, like, do something really, like, attention grabby. Obviously there are examples, obviously there are counter examples to this where people are just being like weird bigots and stuff. But generally speaking, if you're just keeping to yourself, walking down the street, people are very self-absorbed. They're just kind of concentrating on whatever's going on in their life at the time, you know? Sometimes you might be cranky. How dare that person take the good cookie? Yeah, exactly. Oh my goodness, Tika's upset at me about what I said. No, it's the cookie. It's the cookie. Give me the cookie. After being burnt, how many times? Now you're hyperventilating. Hypervigilant to it. Yep. You have a very overactive imagination, overthink social situations, but it doesn't help that so far you've ended up being right most of the time anyway. You can't tell yourself they don't think XYZ because you can recognize patterns. Yeah. When I'm saying that, I mean like generally speaking, in like when walking down the street in public or whatever. But yes, unfortunately, sometimes people can be weirdly opinionated when you when you share something about yourself and they're like, oh, I have opinions about that. Something, yeah. People think about everything but you. Even when they think about you, they think about you in relation to them, not counting creeps. Yes, exactly. Yeah, not counting creeps, weirdo stalkers. Yes. Just annoys you so much that you consider people close to you and then they don't give you the same consideration. Then it just breeds resentment. Friendship is literally the hardest thing ever. This is going to sound weird, but it's true. I've stopped thinking about life in terms of friendship. I think of it more as like I'm on good terms with this person, or like I like this person and they probably like me. As soon as I sort of break it down into basic building blocks, instead of are we friends or close friends or best friends or enemies, or like, as soon as I stop thinking about life in those sort of brackets, it makes things so much easier. It makes things so much easier. Or frenemies. Frenemies to lovers. And then me and Shadow the Hedgehog do a big kiss. And everyone claps. Friendship is such a weird concept. Care about people or not. They care about you or not. It's not that deep. Yeah, exactly. Not to say that friendship doesn't matter to me. It's more Friendship is a label that I just don't care about anymore. People that go away from your life. Exactly. There will be instances of I just haven't spoken to somebody in quite a long time and we're not on speaking terms anymore. It's not a case of, oh my goodness, X person has slighted Y person. It's more just like life happens, you know? Frenemies to frenemies with benefit. And then Shadow the Hedgehog touches my butt? It's normal. People come and go. They're there for the party of your life that you needed them for. Or not even like needed. It's more like it's more good things aren't necessarily permanent. There's a degree of just like enjoying each other's company and then life just kind of happens. And nothing wrong took place. You know? Ever since you were young, you hated the best friend label too, because it felt more of an obligation than anything else. Yep. Yep. Sometimes your keyboard now decides to obscure the text field for no reason. Cannot see what you typed. You cannot fix it. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. I've gotten... This isn't a passive-aggressive jab at anyone. I swear, hand on heart, I don't mean it like this. But there are some people who just like spaghetti on the keyboard sometimes, and I've gotten used to deciphering. So if it's just like little spelling errors and stuff, it's fine. I've got absolutely no issue with it whatsoever. It's true. It's true. I tried to keep it hidden with my language, and you've caught me. Need for you is such an umbrella term. For sure, for sure. Meant like they have impact in some way. Give you favorite food. Exactly. And likewise, it's a bit of an exchange where like you're both are good in each other's lives, and then life keeps going. I find that life feels less weirdly cliquey now that I'm less obsessed with making sure that everybody's chill, you know? The people who are obsessed with that sort of thing have sort of slowly faded out of my life, and I feel like a better person because of it. I enjoy having a good time with people that hopefully enjoy hanging out with me as well, you know? Yeah, that's the be all end all of it. Beginning, middle, and end. Thinking less about friends and more about moments. Cherish the time that you have with people when it happens without too much thought. Exactly. And again, like, as I genuinely, I'm sorry if that like seems super cold, but I don't know. I'm just so not a social politics person. I can't do it. I can't be bothered. Again, it sounds flippant, but it's true. I can't. It's just something I super don't care about. I just super don't care about, like, remember that one time that you blah, 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 blah. It just becomes goop. And then I wonder why I have hermit tendencies. I have no friends. I don't like anyone. Frick you. Having a good time. We're chilling, improving each other's life in this moment. And this is precious. Exactly. Like, I'm enjoying myself. I'm having a good time. I like you as a person. You're great. Why do we need to be like, now this means that we are officially friends because we have spent X amount of time speaking to it? I don't care. 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 Too often friendships become expectancies instead of fulfilling. Yes, it becomes almost ritualistic, which, like, if I have to force myself to maintain something, then it kind of speaks to it becoming stagnant and artificial and weird. Would want friends if they would stop stabbing you in the back or being creepy. Sadly, old friends move very far. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. Like, I believe friendship is a thing. I believe that you can have friends and stuff. I don't like the obsession with labels. I think it's silly. Disrupting your pieces, they say. Yeah. Disrupting my Kermit cave. My hermit cave. My hermit cave. No, I didn't say that. No. The overhaul. Yes, exactly. Just the Gremlin dungeon, whatever you want to call it. Kermit has the best and the prettiest girlfriend ever. Put the baseball bat down. Now, please, Miss P. There's if anyone is familiar with Dropout or what used to be College Humor, they often they occasionally have bits around the character of Miss Piggy, and they make me chuckle every time without fail. They're so good. Lipton tea, hot, yum. Believe it or not, the only Lipton tea that I've had has always been the like the iced tea in the bottle. All of my other teas tend to be maybe there's an example of like I ordered a tea from like a coffee house or whatever, and they used Lipton. I'm not familiar. I'm not familiar with them having done that. I'm so looking forward to when I get back. All of the chaos, more or less, will have ended at that point. So I'll be able to do things like unpack my new kettle. I haven't been able to brew a single cup of tea since I've gotten here, just because it's too much at the moment. It's just too much. It's just too much is going on. Kettle time? Yes, I'm super keen. It's my first time, because the previous like appliances were mostly my housemates, or at the very least I kind of left them with them. This is my first time like getting a kettle that is mine. I don't know, it's the precious, you know. For you, setting personal boundaries within any of your relationships has been super important. 100%. 100%. Because then it means that if somebody oversteps a boundary, you've got something to point to. You can be like, I'm uncomfortable, and this is sort of where the breach occurred. And we spoke about this previously. It kind of, one, sets expectations, but then two, also gives you something tangible to refer back to, which is really important, especially for toxic relationships where you've got people constantly trying to push boundaries. If you're really clear with your boundaries, then they can't get away with murder. But you know what I mean? Like they can't get away with like pushing things a little bit further, you know, pushing the envelope. When I get it unpeeled, it'll be a little treat. Yes. Yep. Completely. I'm just gonna sit at my new little table on my new little chair and be like, this new little tea is absolutely delicious. Baptize the new place with the scent of... I'm glad that you said scent of tea. Because as I was reading the words one by one out loud to myself in my room, the thought immediately came to mind of grabbing the freshly brewed tea and just dousing the place in warm liquid. Well, that is a way of baptizing as well. Is it nice to have the space to myself? Never lived alone and you genuinely crave it sometimes. I have, towards the start of the pandemic, we're talking like mid-2020, I had a period of time where my housemate was in a different state and was stuck in another state because of the travel lockdown that was active at the time. And I learned during that 3-month period that I am at my absolute best. I'm like legitimately, I'm at my absolute best when I'm a bit of a hermit. Obviously, it's good to get out and socialize with other people as well, surely. But in terms of having control over my own living space, I'm functioning my best. I'm mentally at my healthiest. I'm at my most productive. I'm at my cleanest. Like, I organize the space in like a way that works for me in a really organized, tidy manner. All of the boxes get ticked as soon as I'm on my own. So I've found that trend has continued with this kind of official outing as me being on my lonesome. So I'm living my best life. I'm having a good time. Get a pretty flower for myself for the moment. I've not quite flower, but I've considered getting maybe like a scented candle or something. Not to burn like all the time or whatever. It's not saying that I'd like set the mood for myself with, but more something that's just kind of like fill the space with a nice scent occasionally, you know, be cool. Almost like a birthday candle, kind of. Can handle total hermitage for so long, but over the years it starts to wear on in your case. That's fair. It might lose its novelty eventually. Because like I've lived all of my life up until now with the company of others. So maybe I'm just looking for a change of pace. Maybe at that point when it wears a bit thin, I don't know, dating or something. That requires complicated stuff. Rick. Being alone is so nice. You love it? Yeah. Yep. Same. A little treat. Yeah, just something. Just a little treat. It was pretty much housebound since 2020 until recently. Does wear on you a lot? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Hi, Chris. How you doing, bud? Welcome in. We're just chatting. Doing good. How am I? Yeah, doing good. Doing good. The Majora's Mask, like Legend of Zelda style Doom clock is slowly counting down until Friday. When I have to catch a plane first thing in the morning. So I'm not loving that because it's another example of disruption in my life in the immediate. I'm really looking forward to not having like big commitments so I can, I don't know, like get things in order. But otherwise, like I can't complain. Honestly, I can't complain. It's just little day-to-day gripes. Your mum lives like next building over, so you can never get too lonely. Both respect our privacies though, so the visits are only when agreed upon. Make sure that when you're alone, it's a choice. Yeah, no, good. That'll be something that I sort of try to pay attention to moving forward, is making sure that I'm not going insane, I suppose. But so far, so good, I will say. Stream helps, obviously. I can get all of my yapping talky times in every day. You're loving the art? Looks like it could be any little road to finished countryside. Yeah, I've been wanting to do things like this for a little while now, like consistent studies. I've always had this thought of like, I would love to do studies, but then it would mean that all of my other stuff takes longer. But it's gotten to a point where I've just decided, who cares? If I want to improve at art, then I got to do studies. And if I'm going to do studies, then things are going to take longer. And that's just is what it is. So I've just committed to doing it now. Every couple of days in a week, we're doing studies. Gotta love a good yap? Yeah. You just yap to yourself? I think that works too. Why am I studying roads? Because roads are something that I don't really implement into my pieces, and they're really good shorthand or because one of the fundamental design elements in art is line. Line doesn't necessarily refer to a line like from point A to point B line. Line kind of speaks to where you're looking. So roads do a wonderful job of line, focal point. And it's all well and good to be like, I know how roads work. You just go line, focal point. But it's not that simple, because generally speaking, you need to incorporate things like perspective. You need to incorporate things like atmospheric distortion. You need to incorporate things like focus. You need to, to actually like communicate road, go from point A to point B. So yeah, if I practice it, it makes it easy. How you doing, Kessa? How's your day been? How'd you sleep? Plus, I get the added benefit of doing more foliage. I'll speak for myself. I can never get enough foliage in my diet because it helps with fiber. It helps with the digestion. No, it helps with I don't know. Like foliage is always so different, expressive, complex, complicated, blah 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 blah. I don't think I'll ever get a full understanding of foliage. I could do studies for foliage until the end of time, and I still feel like I'll learn new things. So any excuse to get a little bit of foliage studying, and I'm having a good time. Not great, not terrible. No, fair. Want to go to a forest park soon so you can provide more foliage? Yes, please. I mean, I'm always open. I'm always open to more reference photos. I need to set up that conversation in the Discord so that there's like a place that it can all be organized. I'll make that as a little note, actually. Remember to make a Discord conversation regarding references. I'll try and do that after stream. Channel would be great. You can post everything you've sent so far, and yeah, so I can we can make a little data bank. So if people want to just come in and grab references, they absolutely can. generally speaking, I think rule of thumb, we have it so that people understand that these are like references to learn off of. But I think there kind of has to be an understanding that if they go into the reference bin, then people may just use them as direct references for paintings. And then hopefully they like give credit to the person that they use the reference from. But unfortunately, these are not things that we have 100% control over. You'll post anything referential in there? Hell yeah. Hi, Miss. How you doing, bud? Incredible emote. Where from? How you doing, bud? Welcome in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How'd you go? How was stream? Stalker 2, Heart of Chernobyl. Hell yes. I wasn't able to pop in for a little bit today. So I'm not sure what tasks you were undergoing this time. What were you up to? Stalking, obviously, and getting stalked. That's a given. But any new updates? Lots of stabbies. Ooh, okay. Shooties and stabbies. Quite an eventful bit of stalking then. Hell yeah. Welcome in. Thank you for raiding. If you've got anything that you'd like to share, we'd love to see. But also, if you've got to look after yourself after stream, if it's taken a lot out of you and you need to go decompress, or you need to grab a drink or food or sleep, whatever you got to do it. Look after yourself first and foremost. Happy to have you, but I want you to look after yourself. Hi, Aiden. How you doing, bud? You good? How am I? Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. You have a Warhammer guy you drew a while ago? Yeah, hit me with it. I was just talking about Warhammer 40k a little bit earlier. To finish that conversation thread that I sort of embarked on before, if we are going to have a reference channel, I think I need to drum up a little... it sucks that I need to put up rules for everything, but if I don't put up rules, then people are going to break the non-existent rules, you know? So I think I need to put like terms of use into the channel. Like, make sure that you're using these as like references to learn from. You're not just like wholesale taking these people's reference photos and using them in your artwork and not giving credit. If you are going to use them in your artwork, make sure that you ask permission from the person that, you know, posted them first. Blah 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 blah. Let's have a look. Ooh, it's a Spice Marine. It is a blueberry. It's a captain, but I mean, still a blueberry. Look at him in all his glory. That's fantastic. Yeah, heck yeah. What motivated you to do 40k stuff? So good. So good. Love the tassel. So good. Ain't it just? No, really well done. Love the damage on the armor as well. No, that's sick. I like. I can't see Space Marines, especially Ultramarines now. Sorry, burpees all over the place. I can't see Ultramarines now without thinking of the new edition trailer that just came out a couple of months ago. 10th edition was announced, and they came out with this big trailer where big combat is happening between orcs and Space Marines on the doomed planet of Armageddon. A war planet that's been sieged and defended for hundreds of years. You know, great wars and great heroes have risen and fallen in the time, blah, 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 whatever. The thing that made that trailer quite stand out was the Space Marines that were being presented front and center for the trailer were the Blood Angels. Oh my goodness, this is unheard of. Who are these guys? We usually see the guys in blue armor. Why are these guys in red armor? This is so cool. We've got I believe Dante is seen for a second in his funerary mask and stuff. I'm like, that's so cool. And then for one scene in the trailer, there's one Ultramarine. They couldn't help themselves. They could not help themselves. They had to be like, well, they're not going to recognize the red ones, so let's add a blue one. Let's add one blueberry into this strawberry tart, just to make sure that everybody's on the same page. Part of a bigger piece, but that was the focus. Hey, cool. Planet specifically for war, of course. I mean, they didn't know that war was going to happen on Armageddon when they named it such. Some G-damn fleshed hair is my guy. Well, that's the thing, right? I want to see the armored vampires. I want to see the armored vampires doing like armored vampire things. Why is there a blueberry in the mix? What are we doing? Is what it is. I mean, it's Games Workshop. You literally can't stop them. Armored vampires? Yeah, well, that's the thing. The Blood Angels are armored vampires. That's what they do. It's all they know. All things. You have some models you've done? Ooh, of armored vampires? I used to collect Warhammer 40k back in 2007, a while ago. It was a big thing in my friend group. Everybody had their armies of miniatures, and they would fight them against each other. Yeah, I was very much so a team player. So I looked at the playing field. I went, okay, let's have a look. Who has what? And everybody had one of it. Like, one person had dibsed like orcs. Somebody had dibsed Space Marines. Somebody had dibsed Chaos. Somebody, blah, 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 all of the different army types. The one army that hadn't been taken was the Drukhari, or the Dark Eldar. If you know anything about Dark Eldar from 40k, the fact that little old me was stuck with like the super edgy, sadistic, like freakazoids who are into like the weirdest stuff, is a very funny thought to kind of reminisce about. It's very funny that that sweet little Baby Mahali was stuck with the Dark Eldar. It's good. It's good. You have some models even have a Titan that you put his crotch on backwards. Oh dear, well, that's like, it's okay. In the dark future, in the distant dark future, all we know is struggling to manufacture things. You know, it's tough. Sometimes you got to have a little spice with your. That's the thing, right? I'd like to consider myself a bit of an edgelord. I own, I want to say two black t-shirts. I think I own 2 black t-shirts. I mean, they've got graphics on them that are very not edgy, but I mean, the t-shirt itself is black. That counts. Edgelord, exactly. I mean, as much as I say that tongue-in-cheek, I do actually really like edgy aesthetics. Who doesn't? Exactly, that's what I'm saying. I reckon it's a run-of-the-mill regular thing. Like, who doesn't enjoy a skeleton? Who doesn't enjoy a vampire? Who doesn't enjoy... I mean, Ghost Rider is like the edgiest guy ever. I don't like motorcycles, but I like Ghost Rider. You have a chibi drawing that proves otherwise? Well, we're not all defined by chibi drawings, okay? I deep down in me, there's some sort of epic Braveheart speech along the lines of, but don't let the cute artwork define you. Not today, though. Not today. The cute artwork rolls over me and becomes me. How you doing, Davey? How's your day been? You'll have to show it again next time. you wouldn't dare. I have a reputation to uphold, Ms. I'm part of a pretty cool gang of street thugs, you know? And I would lose cred. The Sharks and or Jets, ever heard of them? We're pretty slick, all things considered. We gel our hair back, you know. We stand on the corner of like a corner store with a rubber ball and sort of bounce it on the ground whilst chewing gum. You know, it's a whole thing. Same old, same old. How am I doing? Yeah, good. No, I'm doing good. Tap dance routines in alleyways. I think the best part, the best element of West Side Story is the fact that they set up these two gangs and immediately have them like ballet prancing, like immediately with like the jumping forward with the toe pointed and the arms outstretched. Like we are establishing a vibe immediately, right off the no misconception as to how serious we're going into this. You're not blindsided by it. It's part of the establishing number, you know. It's at least teacher coded. I'm a very good. I'm somebody who bumbles through things, and if I accidentally teach things along the way, then I mean, happy little accidents, right? Hello, West Side. Yeah, exactly. Hello, West Side Story. Hi, comrade. How you doing? Oh, you asked me first. Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I've got something in my PO box that I need to pick up that I didn't today because something came up. So I'm stressing about that a little bit, but no. Otherwise, I'm doing good. I'm getting ready to be away for a little while on Friday, which I'm not particularly looking forward to. I need to write a wedding speech. I've never done it. I think I've done it once, and it didn't go very well the first time. And I legit want to do a really good job with it this time, and I've got no heckin' clue. I think I'm gonna go through like. Surely there's a part of YouTube or something, right? There's a part of YouTube. If I were to look up how to write a wedding speech, it'd give me at least something to start with. It doesn't help that every other wedding speech that I've been privy to, where other people have done them, they've been charming and humorous, and people have laughed in the audience, and they've looked at each other knowingly, like, oh yeah, no, kids will be kids. Like, but I've got none of that. I've got like this one time I watched Star Wars and it was pretty cool. Everyone clap, please. I've got random like random like stories from when I was growing up with my brother, and I've got very technical descriptions of X, Y, and Z, but I can do storytelling. I could do storytelling, but as soon as it's something that's real, as soon as it's real life anything, my brain just shuts down. I can't do it. Depends on the tone. Say something routinely or in another way, like he'd been in slaves, but I'm okay with that kind of it. Probably not my angle. But no, that's a good point. Like, pick an angle, I think is the idea, right? Must away. Enjoy stream. Thank you, bud. Thank you. Look after yourself, okay? Rest up. Patelotubbies? How you doing? Welcome in. Having a good Tuesday? Marriage is complicated, but so is my brother. If you can figure him out, good luck. If you can't, I'll see you in the divorce party. This would be terrible given that he has divorced one time already. I reckon this would set a really bad tone, but at the same time, that would be really funny with how like massive of a stacking that would be. I mean, it would be really uncomfortable. He would be having a terrible time, but isn't that part of what wedding speeches are supposed to, like, put the groom under fire, right? That's how they're supposed to work. There'll be templates like insert here, why we're here, funny anecdote about how I met the couple, sweet bit about how they compliment each other, playful tease about something most can relate to, end with a joke about, oh my goodness, yes. Just something like that. After that, I can scramble the template a bit. I can be like, oh, we'll move things over a little bit, add something a little bit extra, but I just like a little bit of a skeleton would help immensely. Hi, Crawling. How you doing? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the tavern. Must always roast in speech. That's the thing. I think there's a difference between roasting and putting my foot in my mouth squarely. I think there is a distinct difference. But yes, probably like playful jabs, surely. It's easier to edit than to create. Exactly. Especially, like, I have this terrible tendency. Does anyone else struggle from this? Whenever you're presented with an opportunity to use an exterior template for something, your brain immediately goes, that's cheating. That's not authentic. Come up with something yourself. Like, burn every template that has ever existed. I need to overcome that hurdle. What was that username? Don't mind it. Don't mind it. How you doing? How you doing, dear? Welcome in. Every time, like, even when I ran pre-written D&D stuff, I had this like overwhelming feeling of this is fundamentally wrong, even though that's what everybody signed up for. Ugh. The trick is to start with the template and then edit to oblivion. Yes, you are correct. But I don't know, it's been kind of instilled in me through like English class back at school, where it's like, oh well, we can, it's not even a case of like we can tell that you've done this. It's more so it's immoral to copy other people's work, but it's almost equally as immoral to like copy other people's work and then scramble it a bit, even though that's what referencing in essays is. That's what referencing is you take a snippet of an exterior piece of writing and you go, I'm making reference to this and this is what it means, blah 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 blah. Whatever. I need it. I'll do as you say. I'll take a starting template and I'll apply what's relevant and then I'll scramble it a bit. Good. No, it's good. It's good. It's good. That tracks. Sorry, bud. Hi beyond the grave. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. How you doing? What if I struggle to make the perfect speech, then get drunk at the party, struggle to read, and then say, screw it, crumble the paper and go freestyle? Oh, that would be quite cinematic, actually. I don't drink, but I could emulate that. I could stagger around and start slurring my words. No, that works. That works. Can you catch Digi as he falls? So at least he doesn't fall into the sewer. Not with a 7, unfortunately. We've had some pretty tragic rolls today, not gonna lie. Have my brother. His daddy's a ladies' man. It's like, oh no, Harley, stop. Dodgy attempt to catch. You're resigned to your fate. No, that's fair. Like a that's fair. Very, very Gandalf falling underneath Moria kind of feel, right? There's an epicness to that. Don't put a question mark after that. It makes me so scared. It makes me so scared for you. You tuck into a cannonball, do as many flips as possible. Can you? It might still be within the cooldown, but can you roll for flips? I want to see how many flips you do. That's a lot of flips. Long way down. Yeah, it's true. Oh, you got a point. You're practiced. Also a good point. 18 flips. Got to be some world record. I mean, yeah, probably. We can find out. To Google. Dear Google, how many flips has one person done in one go? Record. Thank you, Mahali. Earnest attempt, the world record for the most flips done in one jump is 8. But no, that doesn't seem right. Skydiving, this is probably a little bit more accurate. Skydiving flip record. And there we go, autocomplete, thank you. 36. Ugh. Half of the record, but that's coming from the sky in a plane. You know, this is into a hole in the ground. Actually, this might be more accurate. Let's record for the most flips into a hole in the ground. Then it might have a result. Cliff jumping. Yeah, cliff jumping might be good. You're doing well. You came in with a raid a few weeks ago. Have found your way back. It's cozy here. Welcome back. Well, not to sound too egotistical, but the classic saying is, if you truly love something, let it go and it will return to you. So I'll take it as a compliment. No, I tease. Welcome back in. Lovely to have you, bud. Record for most cliff jump flips. Is that the second natural one? It's tough. It's tough. It just says it keeps going up. That's so pointless. Whatever. It's probably a record. We'll take the record. We'll take the record. You arrive in style. so many ones. What if it's too soon to say you love something, but you want to explore the interest? Well then, something about it being fate that it returns? I don't know. Like, you end up at the same conclusion, but a different mindset, I guess. There are at least good acoustics in the pit. People in the tavern, weird throat wailing. But yeah, no, it's getting incredibly crowded today. Digilore, you've done flips out of a plane before, quite a few times actually. Hey, that's heckin' cool. Hi Diz, how you doing? Welcome in. Got a skydiving license when you turned 18. That's heckin' cool. That's one of those, like, huh, I did not know that about you. Like, revelations, you know? You're not that cool? You're just gonna shoot said thing a message? I believe in fate and everything, but I'm a bit squeamish, so... developing a video game or a tabletop game? Neither. So I do have a commission that is going to start when I get back. That is artwork for a card game. But in terms of the things that I'm developing in my own time, it's just the tavern, to be honest. Like it's the tavern that we're in. Yeah. So whenever you see me developing stuff for the world of Brink, it's the world of the stream. About to have so much medication right now. Oh, here we go. Tavern board game would be hella cool. True. But that might be something that's well down the line. I wouldn't even know where to get started with the mechanics. I'd be down to do the visuals for it, but no, mechanics are well out of my wheelhouse. You believe in? No, don't hit me with a "you got this, kid" slap on the butt. Don't. I do not have this. See if you're happy. We'll be interested in developing some mechanics. Don't do anything too serious about it yet, because one step at a time. We got to get this animation done first. We'll start with the animation, and then we'll see where we go from there. Adding a !! Tavern or ! Brink to our checklist. Yeah, no, good call. Good call. My son. No, father, don't don't send me out on like a soul developing quest or whatever. I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet. If you are truly my son, then you will survive this fall. No, I don't have much time. No, don't hit me with the give you a carton of Balta XPA and a night in a dusty wood furnished room. You got you? I mean, you would end up with something. I'm not sure if it would count as a board game. It would be like, I'm imagining an incredibly proud Davey showing me a chessboard that he's made, and me having incredibly mixed feelings about it. To be fair though, tavern chess would be hecking cool. It doesn't even have to be like original mechanics and stuff. That would just be a good time. With like sculpted pieces and stuff. Hecking expensive, but you've returned, welcome back. Literally has nothing to do, man. trying to get him to do something creative. Fair. If it's an interesting prospect, I don't want it to feel like I've started a project that I don't have an idea of when I would actually get stuck into it, you know? The game is based on Tavern vibes. So you're telling me it's like a drinking game, right?
Soon, I will pass from this world. I would see your dreams realized.
Father, I understand. It's a game and you are drinking it. Perfect. Ticks all the boxes. I was thinking more along the lines of the classic, like, give me 1 second, and then you step into the other room and then you just hear the sound of like a chainsaw and then random hammer, then hand saw, then like a welding stick, and it's just the sounds of creativity from just beyond the door. It's for the fun, not for anything special. Want him to learn how to make board games because you're getting into card games and board games development. But you're a writer, not a mechanic, or he's analytical. That would be a match made in heaven then. Hell yeah. First, I'd have to decide on what kind of game I want. Like, would I be running the Tavern, or are you going to be on adventures? Yeah, no, that's a good point. It could be something along the lines of, like I've played board games in the past that are you like creating a menu, or like a restaurant or a cafe or something. It could be something similar for the Tavern, or it could be you like running the Tavern, as you said, like hiring different people, like depending on who's available, that sort of thing. It could be a cooking board. Yeah, exactly. You wishlisted a game exactly on this yesterday. There you go. Might be a drunk, official out, but sir, dare question your safety. Absolutely never. Absolutely never. Furious note scribbling. But also, yeah, like as you've said, it could be a case of like you're adventuring. It could be both. There's a D&D setting that I've run in the past, which is two sides of the same format. So one side is you are in a tavern. You set up your own little like quarters within the tavern. You order different drinks. You have a good time. But then the other half is going out and earning coin by doing bounties for the tavern and then getting paid. And then you can come back and, you know, make your sleeping quarters more interesting, and like you can get like little creature companions and stuff. So I don't know, it doesn't necessarily have to be one or the other. It depends on the scope. Starting with basic board game mechanics, you probably want to choose one. You don't want like multiple stages. Hi Rain, hey doing, bud? Welcome in. Cook meals for adventurers that visit. That's cool.
You must carry the fire into the future, like the way for the tavern goers. Lead them. Become me moppa. Me moppa wally doll.
Good morning. How'd you sleep? Don't mind me. Knew this was going to just still caught you off guard. Ain't it good? Good voices? I know. So listenable. The croaking and the rasping. A little while ago, I was told by the tavern to take my break, and I haven't. So I need to get up and move around and stretch so that my back doesn't become a slab of concrete. That death was so much less dignified than what he had in mind. My apologies. Is a good thing to wake up to goblin noise. Ain't it just? You're wide awake now, right? Because you have a fear of goblin in your soul. Okay. I'm going to get up and stretch. I recommend that you do the same if you've been sat for the past hour. Get up, move around a little bit, help with that circulation. Grab a drink, grab a snack, whatever you need. I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads in the meantime, so we'd have to do with pre-rolls. Don't watch them. Go do literally anything else, okay? 3 minutes, go do literally anything else. I'll see you in a bit. Okay, I'll see you soon. Yappy. Hi. You think you finally decided to do PNG tubing instead of always setting up camera? Because 90% of the time you look like a cave raven witch? I mean, at the end of the day, it's your choice. You could also very, I don't know, you could easily, should Billy make a break reminder tool for Mahali? I do need it, but I just ignore it. But you could very easily have it a little bit of both. Gotcha. If you wanted like a PNG tuber for when you're not feeling up to it, or you could have the camera if you want to be on camera. If you've learned anything from movies and game villains, if they want something to be done, they got to do it themselves, and then fail spectacularly. Thanos won. Thanos succeeded at the end of Infinity War. Like, even though in the big sense he might have failed or whatever, because then like other stuff happened after that, but like, where do you draw the line, right? He succeeded on the thing that he initially set out to do. Either Quill or Hawthorne sitting in the corner of stream, and they automatically keep bugging Mahali to take a break until he actually goes and takes the break. Cave Raven Witch, that's your vibe. It's a wonderful vibe. You can make a super ugly avatar. No. I'm thinking like heckin' cool avatar, you know? Raven Witch is a heck of a vibe. What tablet do I use? I believe it's called the Wacom One. The Wacom One. It does the job, but you don't need this tablet. You can get started with like an entry level tablet, and you'd be using something very similar to me. Like, I don't look at my screen. I don't look at my screen ever. The only exception to that is if I'm putting in like rulered lines for whatever reason. But even then that so very rarely happens. You could get like a $60 tablet and it'll do the exact same thing. The longer you store, the crankier they get. I don't like the sound of it, because I like that at the moment I get the reminder. There's a degree of like, okay, this time, like I got to do the thing, but then I still get to kind of control when it happens without it being a spammy thing. Recommend XP pen tablets. They're cheaper and do good enough. Exactly. Yep. XP Pen are amazing for the built-in screen starter tablets. Huon are the best for middle ground price quality. Yep, I'd agree with that. Might be biased on Huon. No, I'd agree with that. You don't need the big ones. You don't need like the Cintiqs and stuff that like take up your entire desk and are like the full screen. You don't need it. You absolutely don't need it. It's a luxury. You can have it. It's nice, probably, but you don't need it. You want a screen one? You have one, but it's so small to draw like normal. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. You're imagining something with similar mechanics to Lords of Waterdeep, where each part of the board represents a different part of the tavern, and events are shenanigans that might go on. Would love to be able to justify buying a screen. Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's a nice thing to have, but you do not need it. You do not need it. That'd be cool though, like random events happening, as you said, like shenanigans happening within the tavern. Like one of the doors in the basement opens and it just like it floods the place, and it's like a quick time event type thing where you have to do things in order to close the door. 16 inch is the biggest you'll ever need. Yeah. Yep. Any larger than that, and at that point, like, get luxuries. If you are invested in a thing and it makes sense to be able to make the purchase, and you want to invest in yourself, and you enjoy having a large tablet screen, whatever, go for it. Shoot for the moon. Have a great time. When I say that you don't need it, I'm just saying like in terms of functionally you don't need it. But if you want it, go for it. You enjoy your little XP pen magic drawing pad? Yeah. Even more furious scribbling. Want to get the XP pen, Artist Display 22R Pro. Cool. Where might I get a good price tablet? I have just gone off of, I've gone off of Amazon for the one that I picked up this generation. The previous one that I grabbed was from JB Hi-Fi. I'm not sure of like, I wouldn't be the best person to ask. Like I'm not very good with finding good deals. I would scour the web. Here's how I would go about it. If I had to do it today and I'm looking for a really good price for it, I would look up the product, see where it's listed at the cheapest. I would then look up, is this website trustworthy? The one that looks the cheapest. And generally speaking, there'll be like a Reddit thread, like a few, 10, 20 Reddit threads or whatever, like asking the same question, and you'll have people vouching for it. Or there'll be a site that's something along the lines of, is this website trustworthy? And you just go through that process and check until you're comfortable. And then if it's all thumbs up, then go ahead with it. JB Hi-Fi, does that mean I live in Oz? Yeah. You're a big lady, so you need a big screen. That's fair. At the end of the day, it's a preference thing. Just in terms of technically what do you require, I recommend just getting the bare bones basic to begin with. Live in Macedonia, Temu and AliExpress is the way that you can buy stuff. Oh, Temu is rough, but no, if you don't have an option, hey, what can you do? Hi Noksha, how you doing, bud? Good morning. You bought your tablet directly from XP Pen website? I think they're based in China. Yeah, I mean that's always an option too. I would just double check because sometimes the shipping can be more expensive than trying to find it to you local. Like if it's $50 shipping compared to instead you spend an hour and a half traveling to a store that has it in stock. It's worth making the trip. Also emailed them, asked them if they had any discounts, and they gave you a 10% off code just for being a WeChancer. Ooh, that's fun. You know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of like really good video games where you go, is there a secret behind this wall? And then you're rewarded for checking. That'd be a good feeling, actually. You love exercising your free will with companies? Yeah, it feels like, I don't know, you've been able to connect to the human part. Just waiting for a call, playing Tamagotchi until then. Is Tamagotchi on the Switch 1 as well, or did you end up getting the Switch 2? Their customer service is amazing. No, it's always nice when you find good eggs. Now, I should probably talk about the thing that I'm actually working on as well. What I'm just going through now and quickly doing is the road feels a little bit too warp speed, like everything's pointed in this direction and it's making it feel almost blurred going into the distance. So what I'm going through now and doing is I'm breaking up these brush strokes a little bit by going through and adding in horizontal brush strokes. What this does is it makes it feel like it's abiding by distance. It feels like it's sort of up, sort of foot stepping out into the distance. Whereas if I just had vertical lines, I don't know, it's difficult to gauge whether it's a road or a slip and slide. What I'll also try and do is I'll try to identify things that I can really like bring to the foreground. So, for example, there's a little spot of what looks to be like either glinted rock or something in the foreground. Just extra little bit of detail up towards the front of the perspective kind of makes you feel like you're closer to something. At first it was for Switch 2. Didn't even look into getting it, but then you heard from a friend it's for both. Hey, boom. Because you're still waiting for a like a third or fourth game, right? To kind of make it make sense to pick up the new Switch. And then another thing I can do that might not necessarily appear in the reference that can help with that sense of distance is I can identify something in the foreground. So for example, this bit of rock that is a speck in the foreground. And then I can make smaller and smaller versions of it sort of embedded in the path leading into the distance. And that helps to communicate distances, like things getting smaller as they're getting further away as well also helps. If Tomodachi had only been for Switch 2, definitely be wanting one by now. But since it isn't, you're still going to wait? No, that's fair, that's fair. So it would have been the thing that like pushed you over the edge a little bit, but yeah, okay. Was working, all good, all good. How you doing, nice? Okay, that feels like a path that's sort of under our feet now. Sort of.
It feels just a little bit more real.
Looks great. Yeah, it's getting there. I need to speed up a little bit. I keep getting hyperfixated on certain things. But hey, no, we made the path look good. I've got another study that I did ages ago that's very similar to this, with a very sweepy road in the same way that sort of curves around a corner. And I feel like I struggled with that sense of the path being real. But I think in this particular instance, we've kind of fixed it. Gonna go because you have a meeting to get back to for the next 5 hours. Oh, have a good stream. Thanks, Katya. Good luck. Good luck with the meeting, okay? Make sure that you pace yourself. If you need to chill, make sure that you give yourself time to chill. Gotta head off the bed. Have a good one. Thanks, Tis. Look after yourself, bud. Sleep well. Enjoy your lurk, Noctua. Why is the road kind of like a purpley peachy color is the thing that I need to kind of wrap my head around. Because it is that, and I've color matched it, and it looks kind of good, but why? I think the conclusion that I've got in my head is something along the lines of because you've got cold and warm present, you've got you've got these really cold tones in some of the the darker areas here, like the tree leaves are dark and cold. But then you've also got a lot of warm elements as well. The road has kind of taken on almost like a blue, but then the lights come in and messed with it. So where you've got the the blue and the red meeting, the road ends up somewhere in the middle. I know never-ending gobstoppers. You need an always hot heat pack. That'd be good. That would be good. How you doing? Has the medication kicked in? Hi, Aiden. You see a nice? Yeah. Hi, Miyuki. How you doing, bud? Welcome in. Good morning. We must avoid focusing on the detail too much before I've got the broad strokes down. Okay. Blocking in general shapes. Block. I'm going to try my best to populate the canopy with the little twigs. That's always the thing that I leave out. I go, too many little web twigs. I don't know how else to describe them. Where between trees, you'll just have almost static. If anything, I might try and go for a feeling rather than very technically what is present. I'll explain in a second. 10 milligram usual meds, 100 milligrams anti-meds, 75 milligrams pain relief meds. Ooh. Billy's on the good stuff. We're in the end game now, kind of. We'll be able to get this done this stream. Huzzah. I'm doing the thing where my brain goes, grass is green. Frick you. Come on, brain, please. we've been over this so many times. We've been over this so many times. Grass is yellow. Grass is yellow. Grass is yellow. It looks green. Grass is yellow. It's green on the other side of the road at the moment. Yeah. But it's it's not even a consistency across the two sides thing that I'm concerned about. It's more it's more that my brain has gone unga bunga green. You said the joke. You did. I aspire to have greener grass, to be honest. That grass over there on the other side of the road, it's greener.
I wish to take it.
Going to an art gallery this afternoon. Hey, cool. What kind of gallery? We talking modern art, classical art, contemporary. That feels a bit better. Are other people doing homework as well as me at the moment? Do I have other people doing studies? Art brat for people with mental disorder. Not a fan of the term, but hey, yeah, fair. That's cool. So kind of like it's a themed gallery. Yeah, cool. Cool. Is there a particular piece that you've heard about that you're like, I'm gonna go to like see this, or did you hear about the gallery as a whole and you're curious? Okay, adding a bit of yellow, little specks of yellow, like actual full-on all the way yellow. Helping to pop different bits forward a bit. Lovely. Okay, the ground feels like ground. Not an issue. Ground, no longer an issue. We're good on that. Now we need to finish off the canopy, I feel. Yeah, we could bend the road a little bit more. Let's do that. Need to do dishes before you go? So you're gonna lurk? All good. Enjoy your lurk. Okay. Mine is a little bit more skewed green, but I think that's fine. I did set off at the start of this saying that like we're not necessarily going for color accuracy. That's not my intention. So I need to just be okay with that. Let's move forward with everything skewed a little bit more green. That's fine. If anything, it's like I've applied a filter. Need to go shower, get ready for the gym. Have a good rest of stream. If you come back before end of stream, you will. Maybe on the treadmill. All good, all good. Have fun. Good luck. I might catch you a bit later. Look after yourself, bud. No, I see how it is. I see how it is. I bring up the term homework, and everyone scatters for the trees. Mr. Mahali, the art teacher, is going to have to start bringing out the stern words at some point. Nobody's doing their homework. I'm going to have to think of ways to make homework more appealing. Maybe not referring to it as homework would be a good start, actually. I could just replace the word. Have you eaten your gummy bears for today? Hmm? That has a bit more appeal, probably. I'm up in the canopy now, just breaking apart the splodgy bits. Because the splodgy bits are fantastic at telling me generally where the leaves are. But I need to break them down into smaller shapes. I'm also really, really, really liking the purple in the trees as well. I think it's because just taking any of the tones from the road and bringing them up into the trees is just a good time, to be honest. Like if I were to go down and grab this sort of apricot sort of desaturated color and just kind of bring that into, yeah, no, that sings. That's wonderful. Vice versa. I'll see if I can bring just like a little bit of that green into the road itself. Yeah, we can absolutely get away with that. Getting away with art murder. Glorious. Oh, that's satisfying to the brain. What else can we do to kind of... I'm getting distracted again. We can start bringing some of that into there. Oh mein Gott. Actually, thinking of ways to reward doing homework. I've seen on Missfire's stream where she has like a roster of people who have given themselves tasks and then like being able to check off the task and stuff. That could be quite good. I'd need to ask to see if it's okay if I could implement something similar, but it'd be spicy. The idea of being able to be like, hey, so I've got this project that I want to work on. I want to work on like trying out watercolors. I've got this image that I want to do. And then I get to do like a little checklist tick off when I do it. Seems pretty good to me. Again, we've got this sort of ambient purple color. That might be why. That might be why the road is a little bit more on the purple side, because the sky is kind of more on the purple side of things. I've just noticed. Maybe, perhaps. I mean, that tends to be why shadows are colored the way that they are, right? If you're out in a park, for example, and you're trying to figure out what shadows you've got, they tend to be blue. They tend to be blue because the sky's blue. What's the difference between the 22R? Katja stepped away, unfortunately, Rain. She won't be able to answer you, but it might be. Let's have a look. It's the X Pen 22. Did you say versus the 24? X Pen 22R versus 24R. It looks like the difference is the size of the screen. So the 22 is 21.5 inches, whereas the 24 is 23.8 inches. Seems to be the difference between the two. Hi Oda, how you doing? Just the size? Yeah, just the size. Seems like it. How you doing, bud? What, you don't have to give specifics, but morning, afternoon, evening for you? Performance just the same? Yeah, performance would be just the same. It's the same with like like any of the phones where you can go from like a small screen to a big screen. Performance tends to be roughly the same. If anything, the smaller screen is going to have like a better battery life or whatever for phones, but I don't think it has a difference for tablets because they're plugged in. 3 a.m. in Oakland, California. Ugh. Good morning to you. Hope you had a good day. We are almost finished with this one, Oda. We are almost finished with this study, which is heckin' exciting. I'm pretty happy with how it's coming about. Although I have been adding a little bit of like intuition spins to it, and I need to break down why. You've returned another natural one? What? Is it the third? The third we've had today? Excuse me? You good, poster? Okay. Let me check. No, okay, it's not stuck. So there's shoelaces and face plants into the mud. Ah, these things happen. Looks pretty sweet. Gotta love the gut moves. Well, here's the thing. Because it's a study, I need to like figure out why I've made the gut moves is like the next bridge that I need to cross. I think it's because I intuitively have picked up on the fact that there's like a little bit more coloration in the sky other than blue. So I'm intuitively kind of like adding a little bit of purple to everything. And I wonder why. The next time I have Grenade here, I'll need to ask her what time of the day she took this reference photo. I get the impression that it's like, you know, morning-ish. But it might be like a winter mid-afternoon or something. But it wasn't winter. No, it was winter. What am I talking about? You'd have guessed morning, yeah. But like the warmer, darker tones kind of imply something a bit spicier. Hi, Future. How you doing, bud? Good morning. Like the sky's almost pink. Like I could put pinks into this. Ooh. That does wonderful things. That's scratching my brain. You're okay? How am I? Yeah, I'm doing okay. Doing okay. I'm needing to get ready for going away for a little bit, and I'm not looking forward to it. But overall, can't complain. It's just a week and a bit. It's 10 days. Like, it's not the end of the world. But I just I want to go back to like a normal, you know, like there's always been something. There's always been something, whether it's been a birthday or like moving or running late for whatever. Like there's always been something, you know. Whereas, but when I get back, it'll be way less exciting, and I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to way less exciting. The good brain tickles. Yeah, the good brain tickles. Should put like the littlest deer or an owl or something tucked into the background. Maybe, we'll see. The intention is, as I said, like just to study off of the photo, but I might add a fantastical element if I've got a bit of time at the end of stream. Is this my bro's wedding? Yeah. Yep. The next thing that I need to kind of start focusing on is so the wedding isn't this Sunday, it's the Sunday after. I need to have the speech written before then. And I don't know, I've got a lot of complicated feelings going into it. Because I did the speech for his first wedding. But I really wasn't happy with how I did. So this is an opportunity to like fix it, you know? But I'm not good at speeches. Don't mind weddings. It's all the pre-wedding shuffle. That's not your favorite? Feel like cattle? Yeah, that's kind of the thing, I guess, is it's not like go there, do this, get out type deal. It's kind of an extended commitment. Hey, not to sound ungrateful. Like I'm keen for it. It's just I don't know, anything social, and I'm clamming up a little bit. Hi Kay, how you doing? The art pals and you were talking last night. You figured I'd like this one. Landed your dream client for the type of project I love doing the most, and have to win them over with one piece from a portfolio. What am I picking? I think it would depend on what the project is. If it's for like a board game or something, or a TTRPG, I think I would have to go with my wave painting, even though I think that I've done technically better since. I think that's the one that like hits people the hardest. So I think I'd go with that one. Whereas if I was doing, I don't know, like a character profile for like a big TTRPG show or something, I might go with one of my portraits. And if that was the case, maybe my most recent portrait, actually. Not to sound too conceited, but I reckon I've been improving with my portraits quite a bit lately. Copped out and picked the big metal band poster you did to try and play the clown. But if not that, maybe your portrait of Halsey. Yeah, good call. Good call. I'm not sure what my dream... No, I do know what my dream client would be. My dream client would be Wizards of the Coast asking me to do art for D&D. That would be, with the voice crack and everything, that would be just amazing. And if that was the case, then yeah, probably the wave, I guess. That or the big dragon eye, maybe. Maybe. Could also see me having a blast doing like Pandemic 2. Yeah, potentially so. But the only problem with Pandemic 2 is that there would have to be a lot of like landscapes with people running around in them and stuff. And I don't do populated landscapes very well at the moment. That's maybe my Achilles heel, because I haven't done a lot of anatomy. I've done anatomy when it comes to portraits. I haven't done anatomy in terms of just like having a person running around. I can do it. It's just not something I'm confident in. and Pandemic is full of that. It's full of like people running around with like big hazmat suits on and panicking. it's like the Pandemic MO. One of your Achilles is landscapes, funnily enough. Meld together into one entity, a future. Oh, it'd be so good. Perform the fusion dance and everything. Let's bring a little bit of the sky into the trees. I've done it with the top canopy. I should do it into the background a little bit as well. So I'm grabbing some of that purpley blue and I'm just bringing it into the leaves in the background. It gives it a feeling of being pushed further back, which I appreciate. What's a skill that you feel like maybe isn't your Achilles heel? Like you don't need to produce this. How to explain? What's a thing that you would like to develop that you don't currently do and you don't advertise that you do? Like for me, I would say something like sculpting would be heckin' cool. Sculpting would be cool. I'd love to get into printmaking, actually. That would be quite fun. I like how mechanical it is. It leads to some really sharp outcomes. You'd like to develop doing book cover illustrations or more physical media like a tarot deck? Ah, that'd be cool. Recently started falling for lino cut work. It's super punchy. Like it's really, really, really cool. My forever love will always be, as you've said, like book cover illustration style works. But I don't know. I'd like to play around a little bit, I think. It does not help. It does not hurt to explore. Because I might realize that actually, you know what? Colored pencils is like the best thing ever. Developed artists like you and me are picking things that are hard because at this point hard equals fun. Yeah, no, agreed. Because it's usually a case of fundamentals will always apply. Like you can bring fundamentals over to anything, but less hard, more weird, I suppose, is where my brain goes, you know? Like what gets me out of my comfort zone in an environment where it doesn't matter. I can just try cool things. Have to talk to a man about a horse? Yeah, go do what you gotta do. Enjoy. Hans? Is that the name of the horse or the man? Hans Olo. Usually what you call horses. I thought as much. Dishes are done. Nice. No, thank you for the reminder. Actually, nice. I need to make sure that I do my dishes before I head to bed tonight. Hi, Fire. How you doing, bud? Speaking of Fire, actually, Fire, I literally was just thinking aloud. People can attest. I was thinking about how good your like your chores list thing is that people can sign up for. It's heckin' cool. I want to do something similar, I think, for my study streams. I like the idea of people being able to like outline a piece of work that they want to work on, during the study streams. It'd be cool. You're doing? How goes it? Yeah, good. I'm stressing about leaving on Friday, but what can you do? Can't complain. Do I want the same thing? Probably not like directly the same thing because it feels weird to. I can give a link to the widget that you bought. I'll have a think. Don't want to miss the bus. Yeah. Go. Look after yourself, nice. Thanks for stepping in. Look after yourself. Have fun. Enjoy the museum. The gallery. It's going to be cool. Done a bunch of sciencey stuff. So you're trying to get work doing more artistic stuff. Yeah, okay. As just like a nice change of pace. As in the mechanics, not the style. I think so. I think as streamers, we all borrow ideas from each other. I know. It feels weird. I don't, because it technically solves the problem that. Problem. It technically is a solve for the thing that I want to solve. But it feels weird to just like nab something wholesale. Yeah, I think I'd want to add like a Mahali twist or something, you know, just to make it a little bit different. I'm such a snowflake, but it's true. Makes me feel better. Give you my blessing. Yeah, it does help. It does, but it's an internal thing. But yeah, no, Oda, that makes sense. Like, because that's kind of what I was alluding to before. The idea of printmaking is like what I do is kind of wishy-washy. It's very much so vibes based, whereas printmaking is very structured, orderly, technical, and you end up with a product that's very different from what I usually do. I think it'd be heckin' cool. Good artists borrow, great artists steal, within reason. Like, plagiarism is a serious thing. But yes, like, absolutely be inspired by others. welcome back. Thank you, Fire. I appreciate it, bud. You don't have to get into it if you don't want to, but I'm curious. How's work going? Are you still doing the like day work, or have you flipped over again? Sorry if I've got I've got a really serious expression on my face. I'm concentrating. So I am furrowing my brow. It's very serious business. So real, that was too good. Was a guy painting, and the caption says, "Why don't I have the TV on while I'm making that?" Yeah. Breaking news: everyone in the government is doing illegal stuff. I've seen the other one, similar format, where it's like, why don't I have the TV on while I'm doing art? And it's Dragon Ball Z is playing on the screen, and he's just sitting there watching it off to the side, not touching his work whatsoever. Ugh. Too funny. It's too funny. It's so accurate. I would lie to myself. I'd be like, you know what? I can multitask. I can have something on the other screen, and I can work on, you know, the main one. I'm so much more productive if I'm not multitasking. So much more. It's not even close. It's no, you're not working on the art fair video yet? Oh no. Distractions are plenty. On the other side of the same hand, if you're doing work for a band, you do better if you listen to their music. No, that's fair. That's fair. I feel as though that's like different types of attention though. If you're trying to work on something visual and you're looking at something visual, that's when I can listen to stuff while I'm working. That's not a problem. It's looking at other stuff. That's where I grind to a halt. Can't work with something else like, yeah, it's impossible. Not currently available to focus on. Considered getting into audiobooks. Yeah, what's it? Because Spotify has some available as part of just like, if you're just a general member. And I've tried it a little bit. It just doesn't work for me. For me, it just doesn't work. Books are a full attention thing. Even when they're audible as opposed to read. Remember being infuriated after reading a research paper about how multitasking is technically impossible for humans. People who are good at it just have developed a skill set for switching tasks quickly. You're wrong! I can multitask it! Yeah, exactly. Leave me. I'm swimming around in the Nile. We hit a hard no-no? Did we? Which? Massive crunch mode. I have to finish up a lot of CAP, College of American Pathologists, the corporation that regulates labs. Stayed late last night to run dilution studies on our new instruments, halfway through rewriting a standard of practice procedure for a new chemistry instrument. Oh, no, you're good. Yeah, okay, fair. So, yeah, super full on. Hopefully the marathon doesn't go for too long. Ads warning. Yeah, ads coming in soon. On the tablet, tiny movement are not picked up. Oh, like the new one that you're looking at? Pickled up. A plus typo. What was the intention? The nice thing is that you can use everything you're doing to stand before a board. Hopefully get your MLT2. We'll get a 5% raise and preceptor pay when you train. Hey, cool. So it essentially just like raises your set of qualifications, right? So it's the same as like getting tenure, whatever. It means that you're like a higher echelon of capable person, therefore your pay increase. Yeah, cool. Yeah, super cool. The 22 R Pro. Right. When it says tiny movements, as in like there's auto smoothing on everything. That's super exciting though. I won't go into detail, but a buddy of mine is similarly sort of cramming for qualifications for like a sporty thing. And it's funny hearing you say similar things about an occupation that is so very, 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 very different. Just ready to be back to your usual routine and night shift? Yeah. Yeah. No, I definitely feel you on that one. Wish them luck. Yeah. No, they're incredibly capable. I reckon they got this. You've been opting for the Hoyon Inspiroi 2L, which is the cheaper underdog, trying to come for Wacom. Doing a hell of a job because its pen tilt direction is fabulous. Oh, yep. Pen tilt on the Wacom one is basically non-existent. Like, even pen rotation is a little bit wacky. So if you've got a good solution there, yeah, go with it. I'm just going to quickly dash a few horizontal lines through some of the background tree bits just to break them up a little bit. Okay, the background's looking a lot better. Road's looking good. I just need to fix up the last bit of the canopy and then we're done with it, I reckon. I need to take my break. It's been another hour. I recommend that if you've been sat for the past hour, get up, move around, grab a drink if you're low on water, grab a snack if you're hungry. Because I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads and I don't want you here for them. Don't watch ads. They're boring. Go do something else. Go do something else. In the meantime, yeah, the 3 minutes of ads. I'll see you soon, okay? BRB. I'm back. Wee bit early. Just a little bit early. You got out of Agile early? Nice. You love to see it. I had a revelation during the ads, actually. Billy, let me know if you can hear me. I have a thought. I have had a thought, and it is a wondrous thought, a wonderful thought. Instead of having something like an alarm that grows in intensity as I spend further and further, like more and more time not running my ads, we could have something similar. Back to my question about what you'd like to develop. Really like to get more into video gaming and videography. So that's something else entirely. And video editing. You quite enjoy it? Hell yeah. That's something that I should do more. It's fun. No, it is fun. It's relatively straightforward as well once you get into it. You can do some more complicated things, but... Welcome back, everyone. How'd we go? But yes, just to go through with that thought from before, instead of having something along the lines of a recurring alarm or something like that when ads are needed to be played, we could have something similar to the check-in system where once that message has come through, like once that period of time has elapsed, a redeemable could become available in the redeems. That's essentially like shut it down, shut it all down. Where it doesn't put me into like the person pressing it doesn't like put me into BRB. Although that is an option. It would essentially hit me with an alert like, hey, Bahali, come on, it's time for ads. Something like that. Like a power ad. Yeah, something akin to that would be kind of cool. Like flavor-wise would be really cool. Like the lights turning off in the tavern. I think that would be interesting. No, not even an exclamation mark BRB. Something cheap. Similar to the check-in where it almost becomes a race. I think it'd be kind of cool. You're a sucker for black magic as a company? Maybe that's you just swooning over Resolve. It's a good program. I don't blame you. Could just record you screaming at me softly and then ramp it up. True. No, that is an option. Just for you to use it. I mean, hey, no, it could be a mod action as well. I like the idea of it being an interactable though. Congratulations, you want ads. I don't know. I enjoy seeing the race for check-in. I think is quite fun. I feel as though there's potential for this as well. It turns ads from being a negative thing into a fun thing. I think like it gives people something to do. It recontextualizes. Sorry, just the thought of fire, like, elbow dropping me. Huh, you hear that screaming? Do you hear that screaming? It's growing louder. Ugh. is tough. It's tough. What sound do you make as you plummet into the pit, Tidge? Just show up behind me in the camera roll. You haven't rolled above a 9 all month. I feel that. I feel that. I've gone for long periods of time, consistently rolling single digits. Oh, for the love of... Speaking of single digits, 8. Silence and pops up behind your chair. Bali. Ad time. Ah! Don't want it to be sounds. Just want a little visual cue that I can see in the corner of my eye as a reminder. Yeah, no, as much as I'm beaming, it wouldn't be sounds. I like the idea of like cutting power to the tavern though for the ad reminder as a redeem. I think that's really cool. What if I program a quill action, like him waking up and floating tablet appear in front of him? That's the plan. Is to add more functionality to quill as well. But we're taking it one step at a time. So the first step is the animation. So animated opening is going to be like the biggest punch, I guess. Like it affects everyone who's early, obviously, but still, like it affects everyone. It's like a big, I don't know, fun, cool thing. And then after that, we'll start working on some of the smaller things as well. What's one shortcut I gleefully take while I'm doing digital art that I know full well is a pocket ace? For example, you'll use a grain texture layer often to make your work appear more analog. I don't take shortcuts to my detriment is the problem. The closest thing I can think of is adding in like little scuffs. So I'll intentionally take a part of a portrait and like it. So how would I explain this? So I've got like the head, and then I've got the ears, whatever. I'll intentionally take a bit of the ear and scuff it into the background just to make it sort of blend into the environment and feel like it's diegetic within the environment that it's in. That's probably like the closest thing to a shortcut that I take. Otherwise, I, to my own detriment, as I said, I'll sit there laboring over everything. Can I regale you with the lore of the creation of Quill? Sure. There was conversation back in the day as to like who your familiar would be. Like if you could have a familiar, what would you have? What animal would represent you? I think my initial answer was something along the lines of a red panda, because a red panda would be heckin' cool. But then it swung back around to, actually, Bahali, I reckon like a bird or like an owl or something would suit you quite well. And the concept just kind of spiraled out from there. Beyond that, I thought that I needed like a little bit of help in the tavern here. A way to keep the place a little lively. So I decided, you know what, I've got a bit of a background in animation. I can quickly animate a little guy. So we came up with Quill. Red Panda's a straight up Pokemon. Red Panda's a straight up Pokemon. Yeah, correct. There are a few animals that are just like that. I would say that sun bears are straight up like the Pokemon version of bears. Similar with like lemurs. Lemurs are like the Pokemon version of monkeys. This might be breaking a whole bunch of like how you should talk about certain animals and stuff, like, but maybe lemurs aren't a type of ape or whatever. It doesn't matter. It's just true. Like axolotls are the Pokemon version of salamanders. A platypus is a Pokemon version of a beaver, I guess. They're just animals that exist that you go, yeah, no, that's the Pokemon. That's the Pokemon of ... Beaver. No, yeah, beaver duck. Yeah, correct. Avatar lore. The lion turtles and the duck turtles and the flying lemurs and flying bison. Exactly. Okay, now we need to start adding a little bit of static. When I say static, I mean areas where you can see that it's populated by little branches, but I'm not going to sit there putting in all of the little branches, right? So what I'm going to do is occupy it with textural noise. I'm taking a teeny tiny little paintbrush and doing little crisscross squiggles with different tones. So grabbing a little bit of the leaf tones and the branch tones and the sky tones, and I'm just kind of cross-pollinating them a bunch. Wombats poops cubes, they do. And scientists don't actually know why yet. They kind of have theories. they have concepts. Reading this thread about the Pokemon universe, how it functions, and one takeaway that makes you chuckle is that in the Pokemon universe, Pokemon will only refer to close friends by their name and every other Pokemon just by their species. So it'd be like, hey, this is human, and Mahali. I mean, it makes sense, right? Because that's what we do with Pokemon, right? We go, that's a Psyduck, that's a Psyduck, that's a Psyduck, that's Chuckles, my Psyduck, Psyduck, you know? Gonna have to dip from stream so you can get comfy for a while. Yeah, all good, bud. Look after yourself. Hope you're feeling a little bit better. Rest up. But yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. I'm glad that it's reciprocated. Chuckles refers to me as Mahali. Enjoy your light, quiet. You think you're familiar would be an otter? Good choice, good choice. Otters are incredibly cute. I can attest to that. I think the thing that just destroys me when it comes to otters is the little hands. It's the little hands that do like little hand things, like they grip onto it with little fingers and stuff. It just destroys me every time. I look at an otter and I go, ah, my heart. Also, both collect rocks, get gleeful about pocket treasure. True. Now I'm imagining a small little Fuchs with a rock trying to crack open a little treasure chest on his chest, floating in a stream. Now that's the treasure chest. Exactly. It's the chest upon which I put all of my treasure. Okay, now I'm just going through and punching a few holes in the branches. The word that comes from the Old English, se, which means Latin sister, box, basket, or case. Chest became the English word for a large, sturdy storage box, especially one with a lid. So a treasure chest is literally just a treasure box. The body part got the same name later because your ribcage was metaphorically seen as a kind of container or a box holding the heart and lungs, essentially a storage compartment for vital organs. Yeah, well, it's also where a lot of people deemed that the soul lived as well. Is that like your soul and heart and lungs and that sort of thing was all sort of in there in the middle. Makes sense to me. One day you'd like to have a home that has a large chest of drawers on a wall like an apothecary. Or yeah. Or the big openable cupboard that has all of the different shelves in it. Chef is French for chief. Is it? It's something I would believe, but it's also something that I could totally imagine somebody lying to me about. Yes? Ah, that's cool. Referring to somebody as chief in the kitchen? I don't know. That's got a cool ring to it. Thanks, Chief. Yes, Chief. Aye, aye, Chief. I will bake that cake, Chief. I don't know. It's got a good feeling. Detail in a show that really impressed you? Its accuracy using the sign language for sorry, a thumbs up, and rubbing your finger on your chest. Absolutely a thing that the chef will do after voices are raised or insults thrown in a kitchen during chaos. The show was the best. Ah, cool. No, it is always really cool to see that touch of, oh, like either the writer or the director or the actor or somebody here knows what they're doing. Somebody knows what's up. Chef de cuisine, chef de sorcière, the head of Yadidi Shmadidi. It makes sense. The chief of blank. I mean, it's the same way that we've got like the minister of blah, right? It's the same thing, just in a kitchen setting. Actually quite like working in kitchens where part of the life was going on, but also sadly true to form, claiming sobriety made the job impossible. You claiming sobriety, you might need to help me through this one. The amount of addiction and drugs and triggers in kitchens is unbelievable. Ah, I see. I thought it was a case of like, I'm sober now, fired. And I found that to be confusing. But no, thank you for clarifying. I appreciate it. That sucks. That tree in the middle is a little bit too much of an obelisk. This unyielding tree exists in its unchallenged completeness. No, we'll chuck a brighter section through there just to cut into it. There was a Michelin restaurant in France that recently shut down because kitchen staff were caught misting their faces with bottles of water and cocaine. Excuse me, what? Is it like a... Now, this might be out of pocket for me to use as an example. I sincerely apologize. I don't know anything about any of these industries, so feel free to step in and be like, Harley, this is not how that works. Is it like truck driving? Because I've heard that that's an industry that's kind of rife with it, and it almost feels necessary because of the long hours that you have to work and the sheer amount of attention that you need to have for such an extended period of time. Perhaps that's excuse making. Maybe it's a case of like that's not how that actually works. It's people coping. But okay, negates the feeling of sleeping. It. Yeah. Okay. It's kind of funny though to know about drugs, but you can't imagine how that may have any effect at all. It's just Rupert, what water did you add to the pasta? Oh no. Sorry, not to make light of the situation, but that was a really good bolognese. I loved it. That was great. Fantastic. I feel younger by 10 years. Would you spray your face with coffee? I mean, I guess not. But hey, these are people who are incredibly tightly strung. Leads to all sorts of wacky behavior. But it'd cause alertness, stop you from having to stop working to do cocaine in more traditional. Yeah, okay, no, that's fair. In case of emergency, spray face. Always pick careers where your boss does harder drugs than you. Yeah. Keeps you honest. No, it always sucks when you hear about working conditions like that, where it's it becomes basically expected of you that you take on really unhealthy lifestyles in order. It's not just drugs either. Like even if it's something as simple as you're working insane hours, or you have to go through like an insane amount of documentation, or it's expected that you crunch for like, you know, whatever it happens to be. Like, it's just expected that, oh, you know, we're getting to the deadline, so it's time to just not sleep for 2 weeks. Kids these days in their microdose, yeah, something like that. The cocaine spray would be more of a means of staving off the fiending for a fix. Yeah, no, good point. Wild hours or very dirty conditions, dealing with it. Yeah, no, it sucks. We like to think that we live in a modern era, and we do. There are vast improvements all over the place, but sometimes you forget that some occupations have to deal with a lot of crap. I have to commit to the fact that I've gone so green with this grass, so I need to start bringing some of that green into the rest of the painting, even though it's inaccurate. Don't care. Don't care. I see trees of green. Green roses too. I see them bloom for green and for you. And I think to myself, oh geez, everything's green. Imagine most folks would be taken aback at the chaos of kitchens. Makes sense that it attracts ADHDs and addicts, yeah. It's hectic. As you said, like a lot that you have to juggle for an extended period of time as well. It's not even like, oh, for the next 10 minutes I have to hyperfocus. No, for the next 5 hours I have to hyperfocus. As green as the pit, yeah, as green as the pit. You've returned again for a little while after getting annoyed at trying to import custom songs into Unbeatable. Welcome back, bud. I was asking before, have you had a chance to give animation a go yet? No stress if you haven't. I'm poking around. Don't mind me. You've gotten a chance to, and they got annoyed at it to the point that you almost threw your laptop across the room. Why? What happened? Don't know if this is too realistic. Keep in mind that the grass would be less green where trees are planted close together because they get less sun. Yeah, good point. It might not be the reference, but no, I can incorporate that. We can apply that as a bit of logic. I like that. Things weren't working that day, obviously. Was it that things weren't working, or was it the process was frustrating? What should check out the landscapes of Percy Grey at my leisure. Oh, can you? This is cheeky of me to request, but I'm going to request it anyway because I'm a cheeky little guy. Teehee, could you DM me that name on Discord? Would you be able to do that? No stress if you can't, or no stress if you don't want to. They're completely fine. Yes, thank you. I appreciate. Because I am looking actively for new artists to check out. Same for you, Future. Not that you have to send me anything now, but if you've got any artists that you recommend, I'm keen. You think you overestimated how much work you have to do for what you want to have at the end of everything? Overestimated or under, like, there's more work than you anticipated there would be? You'd like a tall glass of Mahali stretches his hands and massages wrists, please? I do. Don't worry. Like, I make sure that I do my stretches between breaks. Another coffee will do. More work, way more than you thought. Animation is not to, this isn't like a, I can't believe you didn't think of this. This is just me just talking. Feel free to ignore. But yes, animation is one of the most like work-intensive creative outlets that you can have. The sheer amount of work involved in getting even simple things off the ground is quite high. I say that, but you can speed it up quite considerably. Like once you are used to the process, you can speedrun. Kind of backpedaling a bit, going back to designing characters for things. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. Hey, it ain't for everyone, and that's completely fine. There's nothing wrong with realizing, you know what? Not for me. Wanted to make an RPG for years. Last year, hyper-focused and learned Aspirate for pixel work, developed some story and character framework, and now it sits dormant in one of your broom closets in your brain because of the amount of work. Yeah. Animation and game design, it sucks because when the best time to get involved in a project is when you're excited for it, because that excitement is essentially the fuel that pushes you all the way through to the end. But it's actually not how I recommend that people learn anything, is off of pure excitement. Off the word. Just found out you're in charge this morning. Wish you luck. You got this, but you so have this. Enjoy, okay? Chat with you later. Have a good day. Thank you, bud. I appreciate always. Thank you. But yeah, it's not how I recommend that anybody learn anything ever. My recommendation always is have a little taste test and come up with something small. So something along the lines of, if you're interested in animation, start with a ball test. So like the classic, you start with a ball in the air, it hits the ground, it squishes, it pauses for a second as it builds up like potential energy, and then the kinetic energy happens and it bounces up. You do that. Cool. Sweet. That works. Okay. Next thing that you do is you don't jump into like animation full, but you might go into like a blink test where your character just blinks, where it shows their eyes closing, whatever. Maybe you go to like a walking test after that, or maybe you go to like an expression test. Maybe they go from like a neutral expression to a smile, something simple like that. And you slowly build up your capability until you can get to full project size. The same with something like a game. My recommendation would always be start with something small. Just get your little character moving around a little bit. Have it so that they can pick up an item and then use it. Have it so that they can like attack something. And that doesn't even need to be themed to a particular game that you have in mind. Just go through the process of acquiring these skills and then go into it after you've built up a bit of a repertoire. Because if you bite it all off in one go, you've got a lot that you have to learn all in one chunk, and it can be quite overwhelming. Other than your crash outs, I had your English essay today, creative writing, so it was fairly easy. But easy, you just kind of wrote the intro to Unbeatable, but not at the same time. No, that's fair. That's fair. Won't leak much of the details for the fear of somebody stealing the idea, but it's an RPG in the modern world. Focuses on trying to make rent each month. Hey, cool. Similar to like a Papers, Please style gameplay loop, or more active where your character's moving around and stuff? Fan of both. Fan of both formats. Very much so. Let's grab some of this grey blue and bring it into the shadows here a little bit. Still incredibly green by the looks of things. Nothing we can do about that. I can, however, populate this part of the tree a little bit more where it feels that it should be. More like Gabriel Knight, if I'm familiar with the Quest for Glory games back in the day, with mini games akin to Papers, Please and GBA era Pokemon. Yeah, okay, cool. So like, yeah, a little bit of location exploration, but the meat of the gameplay is the little interacty bits. Yeah, okay. Sorry, that's a very strange way. It makes sense in my head. A little bit of a darker branch in the front there, but that's completely fine. Squid, completely fine. So the goal has sort of shifted to coming up with character designs now, as you've said. That's fun. Like full character breakdowns. So like we have the character sort of like rotated at different angles and stuff. It looks damn good, Mahal. Thank you. I appreciate it. Almost. So, just take the compliment. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. There's one last little push that I want to do, and that's separating some of the trees in the middle ground from each other. So I'm just applying a little bit of, what's the word? Like atmosphere between them. Like a little bit of like light glint off of branches and leaves and stuff, just to separate them a little bit. I've been DM'd. Excellent. Thank you. Appreciate it. Sort of a mashup point and click of point and click in traditional JRPGs. Yeah, cool. Last time you worked on it, it was developing playable characters, overarching storylines. Yeah, cool. Hi Shika, how you doing, bud? Welcome in. What feels off? Or I could take, actually, let's take a little bit of this sort of grainy dirt road kind of material and just quickly drag it through the grass here on the left to create a bit of distance. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. Can I repeat that magic maybe a little bit? Maybe through there? But then this bit's dark. That works. That works. The amount of times you forget to check in is just silly. You can picture getting framed for a crime in the Tavern universe and being like, but Sheriff, I was in the tavern, ask anyone.
Well, you didn't sign the check-in board that day. Doesn't appear to be any proof of your patronage. Anything to say to that, son?
I'm innocent, I swears.
Any future proof? It comes full circle. Beautiful. You've been here so long, you always forget. It's completely fine. I anticipate that the majority of the focus on it is for people who go for like that initial like check-in race for first, second, and third. But then after that, it becomes a little bit of an afterthought, which is completely fine. Completely fine. Is just there as a way to be like, huh, I've come in and notched the wall with a little like strike this many times, you know. Did I mark the tavern? No, not yet. I don't anticipate having time to get, because I've got 3 marks that I need to do. I've got yours, I've got Slinky's, and I've got Fields. Fields wants an updated mark. I'm not anticipating being able to get around to it until I get back, unfortunately. No, all good, all good. Thank you for asking. I appreciate it. Feel free to continue to ask as well. Don't let my negative response dissuade you. How you doing, by the way, Shika? I hope you had a good weekend. We are well and truly at the 4-hour mark, it would appear. I've got to wrap up, I think. I've got to wrap up before I spend an actual eternity just hitting. I'm having a wonderful time, by the way. I love when I get to this point in a study and I can just make it look nicer and nicer and nicer and nicer. But there comes a time when the niceties must come to an end. We must call it. And I think that time is nigh. The time is upon us. I reckon we did okay with this one. I like how it turned out. I've noticed something. Give me a sec. Literally just a single little blip, and then we're done. A single little blip. Yeah, there we go. And we're done. We're done. We just needed a little bit of brightness on that right side of the road, and that little splat has worked wonders. Painting with my Harley. Just do a little splat. It's fine. Once again, all on one layer because I hate myself. Signature. Here we go. Do I ever DM for virtual campaigns? Just tossing in your hats, being interested in such things in the future, even never having played? Of course. I'm running something virtual at the moment, which is both good news and bad news. It's good news in the sense that, yes, I do, and I am keen to do more, but it's bad news in the sense that I can only really juggle one game at a time at the moment. I'll keep you up to date with how it's coming along, but we're up to session 8 next time of a campaign that's going to go for a little while. So it might be a few months before I'm good to go with something fresh. Streamer sploots live on with paint. Add the asterisk. More of a sploot than a splat. Not to get technical, but all right. The signature has to be done in green, I feel. Like that's the only appropriate color. We do a little perfection. And we're done. We're done. Study complete. This is the reference image for clarity. I did have it posted in the Discord as well. If you want access to this photo, it is accessible. I am planning on adding in a new channel into the Discord that's just dedicated to photography to be used as references. So if that sounds appealing, keep your eyes peeled for that. Consider myself studious. That's the hope. That's the hope, is that if we do study streams every a couple of times a week, it'll lead to improvement. That's the goal. So good. Thank you. I was going to say something. I'm always going to say something. Thanks for hanging out. I'll say that. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you had a good time. Yeah. I look forward to implementing that that little productivity board, so people can add their name and their project for study streams. I think it'd be good. I think it'll lead to because just to speak openly for a second, you guys don't mind, right? Just a secret between us, okay? It doesn't leave the tavern. I want to sort of develop a sense of community, camaraderie with how to explain. It's difficult to improve. It's made easier by improving alongside other people, shoulder to shoulder type deal, right? So the hope is that I can turn Tuesdays and Thursdays into an opportunity for people to participate in that kind of healing. So anything that I can use to sort of help with that, I think would be good to try. Any idea where we're headed? Think it'd be a cool idea for in the future if I had a channel where people could submit one photo to be studied or something, and then I do a single raffle each month and draw the winners. Yeah, could do. Yeah. Sort of gamifies it a little bit. That could be cool. That'd be fun. I'll consider it. Ooh, pardon, last little burpee of the stream. Could be something that we could try. I'll keep it in the back of my head. We'll start with just the data bank of just all of the references that people want to submit. But I do like the idea of people being able to nominate a particular one for me to do. Consider this. I will. Consider it considered. But yes, let's do a bit of wrap up. Thanks for watching, everyone. I hope you had a good time. Stream tomorrow will be a continuation of the frames for the animation. So probably a continuation of this image. But then we've got a couple more to sort of tinker with, which will be fun. Thursday stream will be another stream and study stream, and then on Friday, as I've said earlier today, I'm not going to be here. I'm not going to be here for Friday stream, and then I'm going to be away for 10 days for my brother's wedding. I sincerely apologize, but it's sort of like a once in a blue moon thing, even though I moved house last month, so it's twice in a blue moon thing. After I get back, I should be good for a while to just hunker down, commit to the streaming schedule, and just dum consistency, which will be fun. I'm keen to commit to regularity. Again, it's going to be good. Quick little reminder, if you're looking for something to do, if you're keen to do an arty thing to the side, if you're looking for an excuse to do art, we have the prompt for May, the Chaos of Creation, going at the moment. If you like the idea of having your artwork up on stream at the start of next month, we sort of open them all up at the same time. And if you like the idea of having VIP and chat, you can find all the details for that, what's required of you, blah, 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 in the monthly art fair section at the bottom of the Discord. Otherwise, we're good. We're good. Have an excellent rest of your day or night, depending on where you are. Look after yourselves. See you soon. Bye-bye.